Good afternoon, everyone. This is our Wednesday, June 12th regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we'll begin with any additions or deletions to today's agenda.
There are no additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Next, we will open this up for public comments. Anybody here wishing to make a public comment that is not on today's agenda is welcome to do that. I just opened up public comment. I don't know, sir, if you came in for public comment or not, or you were here for something else. Are you
I'm here for the last item on your agenda.
Oh, well.
I want to get a feel for the room.
I know what he means.
I hope you enjoy your time here then.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no one here wishing to make any public comments, I'll close that and bring it back for board comments. Rachel.
Wait till the whistle finishes. Thank you, George. I just want to bring forward the caution we all need to show with wildfire season being upon us. If you look at Google, top in the U.S. News is the number of wildfires burning in Colorado currently. In Rocky Mountain Park, around Colorado Springs, Huffenaro County, a number of different, Grand County. It's extremely hot and extremely dry. And we have been trying to get the word about being prepared yourself and being ready to evacuate at the time that you get a notice, should you get a notice to evacuate. That's one of the issues they're having in Colorado Springs right now. I think it's the Black Hills Forest, the Black Forest, where people didn't evacuate. And now they're getting calls from people who didn't evacuate to come in and try to rescue them. And so they said it's rather than a firefighting mission, it's become more of a search and rescue mission. And people just really need to have your medication ready, a go bag, your identification, things like that packed up in a way that if you're told to leave your area, you need to leave. And there are many older subdivisions in Pickens County which really only have one access in and one access out. And this creates, again, a particularly important decision mode that you need to be in, that if a tree fell across that entranceway, you would have a very hard time getting out. And so please take seriously. I was going to turn it over to John to talk about our fire preparation efforts, but again, it's dry out there. Watch your fires. No cigarette butts anywhere. And go from there.
Thanks, Rachel. The most important thing that residents and visitors to Pickens County can do immediately to be prepared is to sign up for the Pickens Alert System. That can be done online at www.pickensalert.org. That system is used to notify both residents and visitors of any public safety issues that may exist and to provide instructions on how to respond. I also encourage residents to attend our Ready, Set, Go presentations. Our next one is June 19th at the Snowmass Wildcat Fire District. Primarily for residents of Snowmass Village, but anyone in Pickens County is welcome to attend. Information on that can also be found on our website, www.aspenpickens.com. There will be another presentation of the Ready, Set, Go program in Carbondale at the Fire District offices on June 25th. So please, if you have not signed up for Pickens Alert, do so today. And if you have any questions about how to prepare yourselves or your property for wildfire danger, please attend one of our Ready, Set, Go programs.
Thank you.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I have this whole flyer out in today's Ready, Set, Go, but that's great, so thank you very much.
Now, they've said that between 180 and 100 homes have already been lost around Colorado Springs. And some of the most basic things that we might take for granted, let's stack the firewood under the eaves because then it'll stay dry, is actually adding fuel to the bonfire surrounding your house. And so there's a lot of very simple things that we may not have considered before, but we all live in that rural-urban wildfire interface and need to take great caution this summer.
Thank you. Other board comments? Rob?
I just wanted to let everyone know that Food and Wine is this weekend. If you haven't seen the tents, there are going to be a lot of people coming into town, and if they need directions, help them out, and hopefully everybody out there will drink responsibly. I was going to bring in a little bit of wine in a spittoon bucket to show people how to spit while they wine taste. Being a sommelier, I used to teach that to people in my wine classes, that spitting, you can still taste the wine, and you don't end up going home early and missing half the fun. But everybody be responsible, drink safe, have a good time, and enjoy Food and Wine Weekend.
Thank you. Steve?
I just want to remind the public that the Open Space and Trails is hosting open houses on the Rio Grande Gorge project, and there's one today and tomorrow both at 4 o'clock in the Rio Grande meeting room.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Michael?
No comment.
I'll just say I want to welcome, we've got a new mayor in Aspen, Steve Skadron. Took his oath of office on Monday night. They transferred the baton from Mick Ireland to Steve Skadron, and also 2 new council members, Art Daly and Ann Mullins. So I want to welcome and congratulate them. We look forward to working with them on many joint efforts. And of course, they're going to be looking to fill 1 vacant seat. And the town of Basalt just recently filled a vacant seat left by Ann Freeman to Mark Kittle, a longtime loco. So welcome Mark Kittle to the town of Basalt. We again work in partnership and cooperatively on many different issues with the town of Basalt. So welcome all of the new elected officials, and congratulations. Yes.
You just reminded me of something that I think is worth saying for all of us, and that would be thanks to Mick Ireland for his many years of service, both in Pitkin County on the city of Aspen, and wish him well in all his future endeavors.
Exactly. Mick most recently was, of course, known as the mayor of Aspen, but he sat at this table for 14 years. So quite a contribution to the county and the city. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our consent action items. First are the minutes of May 7th, May 21st, May 28th work sessions. Then we have the May 21st special meeting and the regular meeting of May 22nd.
I would move to approve.
Second?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is a resolution appointing independent referees, hearing officers to hear taxpayers' appeals on the Pitkin County Assessor's valuation, and developing a list of persons qualified to act as arbitrators of property valuation disputes. And I actually have a question for Jeanette, but do we have a motion?
I would move to approve a resolution appointing independent referees, hearing officers to hear taxpayer appeals to Pitkin County Assessor's valuation, and developing a list of persons qualified to act as arbiters of property valuation disputes.
Second.
And Jeanette, I have a question then for discussion.
I note that Mick Ireland doesn't have any of his.
Okay, well, let's hold off for a second. Jeanette, we'll come forward. We're going to have some questions for you. Okay, Steve.
Everybody has their resume in the packet except for Mick Ireland, and on the position he's applying for, it's supposed to be have qualifications in, I can't remember the exact terms.
But I put in the packet, Steve, because it's mandated that we do give the taxpayers the resumes, or the arbitrators, the arbitrator resumes. Nick is applied to be a hearing officer, and that's the process prior to arbitration, but I can certainly ask him to provide one if you would like.
And I mean, we all know he would have had a lot of experience on, you know, different property questions over the years, but
Yeah, he served-
since he didn't
he has
have
served
anything in the
before.
packet, I just wanted to check on that.
Okay. I'll ask him to provide us one, if you would like.
Jeanette, I had a question on Alan Black. as an arbitrator. Alan is listed as a property tax consultant. And to me, it seems like there may be a conflict of interest, whereas an appraiser usually acts independently. They don't receive any fees based on their decisions, whereas a property tax consultant, they actually are a proponent of the client, and if they're successful, they actually receive a fee. So I wonder if there's a conflict of interest.
I did review the statute on that matter, and the way the statute reads is he cannot represent anybody in this county in this tax year. And he's very clear on that he cannot do that. Other than that, he could be, he could be on the list, but it's up to you all whether you want to
Okay, well, I just
keep him on that list or
I
not.
just bring that to your.
Can you say that again? He can't represent anybody in the county
In
this year?
Pickton County during this tax year. He
Because he's
cannot.
acting as a consultant
Because
at
he's
the same
acting
time.
as he's on the list for to serve as an arbitrator.
Okay, so
This
if he
county.
works as an arbitrator, he can't take clients.
He cannot take clients.
That's what you're saying, okay.
Yeah, I just, it was sort of a questionable for me, so I just want to bring it to the board's attention. And we have several other arbitrators that we've used in the past, Kim Tarver and Dave Ritter.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I was
is
trying
that-
to take this opportunity of providing one more arbitrator, and it was kind of requested that we try, and I did call, I think, every tax consultant or tax appraiser in the county, Carbondale, Glenwood, and to see if anyone would be interested in serving, and Alan is the only one that did say that he would help us out, so.
Rachel?
Well, he does list that he has experience as a hearing officer for Board of Equalization hearings in Pitkin and Gilpin County. And so, similar to Mick, he has worked for us, with us before. I think that's a good point you raised, but looking at also his time working in county assessor's offices, I think he knows both sides of the equation.
Rob?
And I just want to make sure that he's clear that he can't take
He is.
clients. And it
Well-
sounds like what you said is that he can't take clients under any circumstance if he's going to take this position.
Right.
And
Right.
I'd also point out, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm under the recollection that Nick Ireland has also taken tax client work as a legal professional as well over from time to time. And so I don't know if it applies to him too, but if someone's taking these positions, they need to be well aware that they can't do tax work, property tax work here in the county.
Yeah, this year.
Okay, that answered my questions. Anybody else? If not, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Thank you.
You're not going far, are you?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent public hearings. First is a special event liquor license application submitted by the Aspen Education Foundation. And Jeanette, you're going to present this. I don't know if we have a representative here.
We do have a representative.
You want to come forward and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Lindsay Sand with EKS Events, and this is Melissa Long with Aspen Education Foundation.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thanks. And
You
so,
can have a seat if you like.
yep, okay.
You want to just give us a quick update and also for the viewing public, since this is going to be a special event for your organization, what it's all about and when and where.
Sure. How about if I do the events and then I'll pass it to Lindsay. Thank you for having us. So, Aspen Education Foundation, as you all well know, raises money from the community to help support the Aspen School District. This year we are doing an inaugural summer event. It's a summer gala down at the Aspen Airport Storage Hangar. I believe we're the second only party to be held there. So thanks to BOCC and the airport authorities there who have been terrific. It's June 20th. It's an evening event, black tie or kind of glamorous 1940s themed party. It'll be starting at 6:30, although of course setup will be prior to that. 6:30 until when the dancing ends. We expect roughly 90 to 100 people. And we have, I think, already about 75 to 80 confirmed. So I think that number is going to be just about right on. And the idea, of course, is to promote more awareness for the Aspen Education Foundation, and in particular for the STEM programming that's going on in the school district, science, technology, engineering, and arts and math. So this year in particular, they're integrating aeronautics, avionics, and aviation as a tool to really work with that kind of STEM programming. So it's a pretty exciting thing that the district and the educators are doing, and a way for us to try something different for a summer gala to encourage people to attend, learn more about the aeronautics and robotics programs in the school, and hopefully raise funds. EKS has been hired, Elizabeth Schlossberg and her team, Lindsay Sand, to help with this event. They are fabulous, and I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay for the exact details for the event and the liquor license.
Hold on for 1 second, Rachel, you have a question?
Let me ask, how does the public get a hold of getting tickets?
Call me.
And your number then?
Yeah, well, okay, in all seriousness, we have run some ads, we've sent out e-blasts. It started as a much more intimate event, and we still hope it will remain around 100 as an intimate event, but it did grow a little more than we expected, which is a positive. The website, Aspen Education website, does have information. The office phone number, 925-3760, and the extension is 2260. Or, as I said, at this stage in the last week, just call me. My cell phone's 987-2415.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lindsay, in terms of some of the details, some of the questions that usually pop up for a special event liquor licenses have the bartenders had tips training, you've got parking covered and all these other...
Yes, we are at the ASC catering is going to be catering their event, so all their staff has been trained. And we have valet there at the property and security the entire time. Obviously, we are at the airport hangar, so security inside to get into the event, and then also the surrounding area, since we are there on the runway. Close by, and we will be starting setup on Wednesday, and then break down that Thursday evening after the event is over.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for them?
Well, I'm just curious a little more details about security issues with having this be on the airport. Is the FAA involved
Yes.
with
Yes.
verifying all this?
Yes.
And
TSA has approved, and Pickens County Airport and the private airport, the ABO, has all, and they will be there, and then will be badged as well there at the airport. So there will be badged volunteers as well as their staff, as well as security in addition.
We've worked with Jim Elwood and Fred Mosher, obviously, for the last several months, and going back and forth to make sure we had all the requirements for TSA and the airport authorities in general, and everything has come back approved. We did up security because of some of the questions that they had for us, for the patrolling and just making sure we had the right number for the number of attendees we had. They feel very positive. We just had a meeting with them yesterday. They've got security and staff to help us out,
And
as well
fencing.
as and fencing. They're putting up extra fencing. So, from the airport's perspective and TSA's perspective, the event is going to be absolutely safe. And we are learning a lot about it as we go along, but we have been working very closely with them.
And it's not going to change airport operations at all?
No.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make a comment on this? Seeing none, I'll keep the public hearing open for the next item as well, and we'll move it back to the board.
I would make a motion to approve a special event liquor license application submitted by the Aspen Education Foundation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, commissioners. Feel free to attend.
Next is a special event liquor license application submitted by the Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter, Jeanette Jones again, and I see Seth in the back. You want to
Okay, yeah.
come up, Seth, and just introduce yourself for the camera and perhaps tell us a little bit about your event as well?
Thank you.
Hi. I even have flyers if you guys want. You want to pass them around?
Why don't you just, Seth, just introduce yourself for the cameras, please?
Where is the camera here?
It's all.
Or whatever. Okay.
They'll find you.
Camera A. So Seth Saxon from Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter. Oh, should I keep going? Okay, well,
You may keep going.
we have our annual fundraiser on Saturday, July 13th. And this is the second year that we're having it in Old Snowmass at my house. And we have a disco band that we've used. This will be the third time we've used them. They're really fun, Boogie Machine. Live auction, silent auction, and I bring adoptable dogs. There's dinner, there's dancing. And it's a fun time, and it raises money for our nonprofit, which neuters animals not only for free in Aspen and Picken County, but beyond. So we neuter animals. We have a neuter clinic right now in progress in the Four Corners area, working with the Indian reservations. And we neuter and rescue dogs from all over the country. And that's basically what we do with our money. So neutering and special cases of medical assistance.
Great, thank you. Questions for Seth? Steve?
Wanted to ask you about parking.
Yeah.
You had the event there last year, but in the event that you have too many cars, will they park at the fire station or
We actually
whereabouts?
we're switching it this year because we sold out last year so that we can accommodate more people. So when you drive in my driveway, I have a pasture to the right and a pasture to the left. And the pasture to the right, I actually just lowered all my sprinkler heads underground, and we're going to park this year in that pasture instead of the other one, and that will accommodate all of the cars. However, both of my immediate neighbors, from Kevin Ward to Scott Wheeler, have offered their pastures to park automobiles, but for safety reasons, we want to keep it on site and not have people walking to and from their cars on Snowmass Creek Road, which can be a little highway out there sometimes. So we have the parking dealt with, and we have a backup plan.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make any comments on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing this time. Bring it back to the board. Rachel?
Seth, how do people get tickets to the event?
They can call us either at the animal shelter, 544-0206. They can call our nonprofit line, 927-1771. And they can buy them online going to our website, dogsaspen.com.
Thank you. I would make a motion to approve the special event liquor license application submitted by the Friends of the Aspen Animal Shelter.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Have a good event.
I feel like I just achieved something. And I have that for you. Did you?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, guys.
Good luck with your event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeanette. Okay, next on the agenda are consent action items. These are first readings. They're set for a public hearing on June 26th. I'll just read through them and see if anybody wants to pull any of them. The first is a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2013 budget running from January to May. The next is an ordinance for the Commercial Renewable Energy Mitigation Program. Next is an ordinance approving the purchase of the Picken County Place Unit 415E/G5 for the Picken County Employee Housing Inventory and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents. And last is an ordinance accepting the Anthony's Brown Conservation Easement.
I'd like to pull the second item, the Commercial Renewable Energy Mitigation Program.
Michael?
Can we pull the supplemental budget request?
We can. I'm going to pull the fourth one. Does anybody have any interest in terms of a discussion on Picken County unit we've discussed? so we can knock that one off.
Okay. I would make a motion to approve an ordinance approving the purchase of Pitkin Park Place Unit 415E/G5 for the Pitkin County Employee Housing Inventory and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents on first reading set for public hearing on June 26th.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. So the first one is a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2013 budget. And do we have staff here?
Susan Atwood. John Redmond is not here.
Okay, who pulled Michael?
Yeah, the reason I asked to pull it, not that I have questions for it, but there's an item in here for $700,000 for the Tybar acquisition. And we've talked about this before. That particular piece of property was appraised at $236,000. And for some reason, the commissioners have decided to purchase it for $700,000. That's approximately 3 times the appraised value. It is tied to the Wexner acquisition of BLM property, and one of the conditions that the commissioners reached with the Wexners was to get essentially a gift of $700,000 to pay for this acquisition. Even though the Wexners have provided that money, I feel strongly that that whatever money we receive, whether it's from taxes or whether it's from a situation like this, that we shouldn't overspend, that we shouldn't pay an inflated price for a piece of property simply because the owners would like $700,000, not close to the appraised value of $236,000. So I'm going to vote against this because I think it's a sham, and it's part of getting in bed with the Wexners, and it leaves me at least with a dirty feeling. So I'm not going to vote for it.
I respect that, Michael. We've had these conversations before. The board actually had a long discussion, and after about 2 years of conversations and negotiations with the proponents for this land exchange, we were able to present a letter of support to the BLM based on the additional enhancements for the residents of Pitkin County and the residents of the Roaring Fork Valley. And this access, this trail access, was one of those enhancements that I agree, if we were to just purchase this on our own, I'm sure the board would not have approved this, but as a part of an additional enhancement package that the Wexners are providing, I believe it is a benefit for the Pitkin County residents as well as the residents of the Roaring Fork Valley. And that's why we are going ahead with the purchase of this property, utilizing what's actually being subsidized by a private party, which is a little unusual, and I don't think it sets a precedent in any way for future acquisitions. Steve?
I'd like to reiterate what I said in a previous meeting, that a 10-acre parcel like this that's in one very long thin strip will have a much greater impact on Tybar Ranch than if they sold one chunk of 10 acres that was in a block of land. And so I think that would affect what the appraisal of value of the land. It's going to have a much greater impact on Tybar, I think, than we realize. And they're giving up quite a bit for the public benefit.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions for Susan on the budget? Okay. I would accept a motion to approve then.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2013 budget and set for public hearing on June 26th.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay, and I'm voting no for this entire supplemental budget, which is, I regret, because this really should be pulled out and voted on separately. But it's apparently going to pass anyway over my objections, as everything so far connected to the Wexners is passed, and I can't say that I'm happy about it.
Noted. Okay, thank you. Next is, we're pulling the ordinance for the Commercial Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, and Brian Paul is here to discuss this.
Yes.
Brian, most of the parts.
Do you want a brief
Wait a
introduction?
second.
You want me to?
No, why don't you wait? Brian, why don't you do a quick presentation of what we're doing here?
Absolutely. We had met in a work session a couple weeks back and discussed some amendments to the existing energy code that we have, the REMP program. What I brought forth are 3 changes, two existing sections, one in the residential REMP section, one in the commercial REMP section, for pre-existing conditions, and then the third one is creation of a new program called GREMP, Governmental Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, as per kind of the conversation that happened in the work session of looking at projects like the Rafter program, the VRT stations, as a different type of situation with snowmelts and public safety. So the amendments are kind of lined out, and the recommendations at the very bottom kind of go through each point of the residential REMP and the commercial REMP changes, which are in the pre-existing section. There was no limitations for how much you can get replaced. And in all of our other sections, you can only replace up to, or purchase up to 6,000 square feet of snowmelt. The next change was to allow that credit to be used within the program for other types of uses. Like if you had 6,000 square feet that you were removing, you would be able to, instead of just going back in with 6,000 square feet, if you chose to, you could place that into a pool or a spa or some other way of using the same amount of energy and the same amount of BTUs. And then the last one was just setting that delineation of things prior to 95 when we adopted the APEC and post 95. And then the governmental REMP is a brand new section to the code, and it kind of lined out the discussion we had with in the work session about a way to kind of look at those projects and see what mitigation can happen if there's other methods or other things that entity is doing to provide a service to the public that in itself is a mitigation, or if they have, if it's not feasible to do solar, photovoltaic, or ground source, or one of the methods that are in our program to provide other ways, like the propane buses or the natural gas buses that RAFT is providing. And I keep going to that as an example because that's the one that's kind of on the table right now that we're all discussing. So.
All right, so let's take this one at a time. Let's look at the residential renewable energy programs, focus on that and see if there's any questions.
Okay.
And we can move forward on that or not. So, Steve, did you have a question on the residential renewable energy program?
No, I'm
Okay.
okay with the residential part.
All right.
Okay.
Question, Rob?
Yeah, when we discussed this in the work session, I was kind of trying to put a matrix together in my head of the various ways that people would use this or potentially manipulate the use of the credits towards, well, I'm going to take out my driving place and put in a hot tub or a pool or something like that. And I kind of questioned during the work session whether or not we should have that be allowable. And then I also questioned with the advancements of systems that with the limit of 6,000 square feet, that's if someone has, say, 10,000 square foot driveway that's heated, they're not going to make the investment to change that because they can only replace it with 6,000 square foot. So they have to choose on their driveway what's going to be heated and what's not going to be heated. And they might just say, you know what, I don't care, let's just continue burning money in fossil fuels with this old system as opposed to putting in a new system that's more efficient. So I kind of argued those 2 points in the work session. One, I think it should be for like items, and if not, they have to pay back into the system. And 2, I think that if they're looking for a credit to replace a like item with a more efficient system, and somehow you have to define more efficient system, that they should be allowed to go beyond the 6,000 square feet. Those were the 2 comments that I made on this particular section in the work session that we had. And it was, I think both of them were to encourage less use of energy than this, as this is written, in my opinion.
Well, the one thing that you're overlooking in that comment, and I'd like to reply to that, is that these are usually when someone's scraping off their whole property. They've got a system that's not working, or they want to totally replace, and they're already taking everything out. So as far as leaving it in place, that's really not very relevant, that they're going to just leave the old system alone. It's getting ripped off, scraped off, and removed. They're coming to me and asking me, how much credit do I get? And in the way that it was written, the pre-existing section just said it was a like-for-like 100% credit based on the energy usage, which didn't define parameters of whether it was just replacing driveway for driveway, pool for pool, spa for spa. It just said a or just a replacement based on the Section 301, which is our calculator, which is on our website. And I actually did some plugins into the calculator to see what 6,000 square foot looks like, and that's $220,000 into the rent program that we're losing if they don't replace. This calculator also looks at, and this is an interesting fact that's kind of behind the scenes in our calculator, is that $34 per square foot number that everybody looks at for snow melt is based on looking at a 20-year lifespan of that system. So if you're looking at systems that were put in prior to 1995, they've been in place for 20 years. If they would have paid into the program, they would have expired in that 20-year time period. So to give them any credit in the first place is a question that might need to be discussed further and decide whether you want to go there. The other thing I looked at would be, if you wanted to stick with giving them a credit above and beyond the 600 cap that we have, is looking at, we give them credit up to 600 or 6,000, but then anything above that, we would go ahead and turn back into the program. They'd purchase it or trade off for it, and that's another way to look at it. And there's some options and alternatives we can look at if we get stuck on that 6,000 cap. The only reason I went to the cap.
Let me just clarify what you just said real quickly.
Sure.
One option would be to go above the 6,000. They'd get the credit for the 6,000.
Right.
They would be allowed to replace the other 4,000 if it was a 10,000
Right,
foot.
exactly.
But they'd have to pay for that 4,000 instead of capping the amount of snow melt at 6,000.
Right. That's an alternative I was looking at.
Yeah. So they would pay in, but it would be an encouragement that if someone was replacing a system, that they wouldn't lose 4,000 square feet and they would put in a new.
Correct.
As opposed to keeping the old inefficient system.
Right. As Steve had mentioned,
Yeah.
he'd hate to take away someone's 10,000.
And one other part that could be worked in here somewhere is that, because there's replacing a system and scrape and renew.
Right.
It could be dictated, or could be put into the code somewhere that it's the same square footage. I.e., you can't move the driveway from here to here. It's got to be that same driveway.
To define the parameters of
to
that.
define the parameters of getting that credit. And again, everything that I've suggested limits the amount of credit that someone gets, not increases it.
No, I hear you.
You know.
And for me, I still believe that we should have a cap. I don't think it's I don't think we're going in the right direction to offer the opportunity for someone to actually expand excessive energy use by going beyond what is a very liberal square footage now, 6,000. So why would we allow credit to actually let someone even utilize more energy and burn more fossil fuels? So for me, I would limit this to 6,000 maximum. I'm comfortable with having the ability for credit for replacement up to 6,000. So if you're taking away one thing, as long as you want to add another energy efficient, as long as it goes within the same BTUs, I'm comfortable with that. And what was the third one? That was
The 95 cutoff, is just defining that.
the what? I'm sorry.
Defining that 95 year.
The 95 year, because again, what we're looking at is upgrading our code as we do with many of our land use and building codes. And so for anyone coming into applying currently, they would then get be under this new code.
Right.
The others would be grandfathered in. So I'm going to support this as it is.
Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we expand anybody's square footage. This is, if they have 10,000 square feet, they get to keep 10,000 square feet. They don't get to go up to 12,000 square feet. It's not expanding their energy use. It's only if they use a more efficient system, which would be decreasing their energy use for the same amount of 10,000 square feet. It's not expanding anything.
Yeah,
Is my suggestion.
I guess I don't. I look at it a different way. I think that you are expanding because otherwise they would be limited to 6,000, and you're allowing them to continue for an additional 4,000 square feet. So for me, that's an expansion, and it's a waste of energy. So I would disagree with that, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not happy with the rent program as it stands, simply because the history of it was to discourage people from heating the outdoors, whether through the use of their pools or their heated driveways or a hot tub, because it didn't seem to make sense in a time of energy shortages and valuable energy to actually heat the outdoors. And so by putting a fee on heating the outdoors, I think the hope was that you would discourage people from heating the outdoors. Now it's become sort of institutionalized because the program's been successful from one point of view, is that it's generated revenues. And there's nothing that a government doesn't like but revenues. And so that's been an unfortunate perversion of good intentions, it seems to me. I would much rather have an energy budget for large houses, and they can choose to use that energy budget in any way they want to. In terms of efficiencies, the act of heating the outdoors is in and of itself what I would consider an inefficient use of energy. There's no such thing as efficiently heating the outdoors. That's a travesty. And so I would ask the commissioners to send Brian back and go for a BTU-based budget for large houses, and that would put the burden of heating and of conserving energy on the owner of those large houses, and they would then search on their own. We wouldn't have to do it for them, for the most efficient way to have an energy budget, and would make them, force them to calculate, do I want to heat the outdoors, or do I want to have a large house that's heated well? And I think that's the next step in this rent program, not an allowance for heating the outdoors, no matter how we do it. So that's the way I would like to leave it.
Just to clarify, Michael, so with your suggestion, would the owner still have to mitigate up to a certain point, which would go into a rent program?
Well, I mean, the way I just initially visualize it is that they have a house of a certain amount of square footage. They get an allowance of BTUs per that square footage, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, whatever it is, and they choose. They can't use more than that in their heating their square footage, but if they can find an efficient way to heat the outdoors within that budget, go for it.
So then you basically take away the rent program as it currently stands?
I think so. I think you've got to go through an evolution here, and the evolution where we've arrived at now is to allow people to burn dinosaurs to heat the outdoors. That's not making sense.
Yeah, I can follow your reasoning to a certain point in terms of looking at BTUs. I still think that the rent program is a valuable program, and although it generates revenues, it doesn't really generate revenues for the government. It actually generates revenues that get used for grants called the Green Key grants that go out to the community as a whole to help other organizations, RAPTA included as well. We're going to be talking with them in a minute. To encourage and allow homes, homeowners, and nonprofits and schools to be able to put in more energy efficient projects, and also to provide education for other homeowners how they can benefit. So I think the rent program continues to be valuable, and if there's a way for us to tie in your idea in terms of BTUs, I would support that, but I would not support basically cutting out a rent program which has been very, very successful for our entire community. Rachel?
Yeah, just to respond to some of those things, you know, I think it's important that we don't look at any energy use in a silo or without understanding that someone is going to hire snowplow drivers who may drive 20 miles or more up valley to go and plow that driveway every morning, whether there's a half inch of snow or 2 inches of snow or a foot of snow. And that's an energy use as well. And that's also a traffic impact on Highway 82, on congestion, and it is something that would then require employees, employee housing, or whatever housing, whatever energy use is consumed in that house, possibly in a county that doesn't have energy codes. And so we can't just say, this is burning dinosaurs and snow plowing the old-fashioned way isn't an energy impact as well. So I think that they weigh each other out a little bit. You know, I understand, in a sense, Michael, what you're saying, if you'd like to have a program that really just created a box that, you know, people had to live within and couldn't move outside of. But after a home is built, it's impossible to truly control their energy use. And I don't see Pickens County becoming the energy police. And wait a second, you just installed the 5th flat screen TV, and now your energy use inside the home is more than we thought it should be. And you know, what are we going to do? And, you know, we can't control that energy use inside of a house. And so by having an upfront single fee that mitigates and goes into other programs to reduce carbon use is a simple mechanism that does work. It may not be the most perfect mechanism, but it doesn't have the negatives that a lot of other, you know, government crackdown on your interior energy use for your property could have. I think we've also seen a, you know, relatively significant shift in the construction community and the architects in understanding this and knowing that they can avoid these fees by building in more energy savings or energy producing features to their homes. And so it has shifted that market into those sort of power productions and efficiencies in a way that's very beneficial. And, you know, finally, I think you've used the term, Michael, transitional or transactional marketplace to describe the success of the TDR program, and that we're not really eliminating any growth with the TDR program. We're moving it to more appropriate locations and moving out of inappropriate locations. But the square footage kind of remains the same. It just moves around. This is moving around the energy, and it creates a transactional marketplace for reducing energy on larger scale projects and in ways that we can control or measure the input, you know, measure the savings, measure the reductions in carbons in a way that we would not necessarily be able, again, to control the long-term energy use of a single-family home. And so I think it's been a well-reasoned program and thoughtful program. And, you know, looking at this change, you know, I can support what we have in the pack in front of us because I think it creates that flexibility for rehabbing older properties. And it gives people some credit. It's not a zero, you scrape and replace, you get zero credit, but it's not 100% credit either. And so I think that this is just reasonable, and I think it's fair, and it allows for the rehab, renovations, and rebuilding that is natural in a community as properties get older.
Absolutely.
Ronnie, you have your hand up to try to respond to some of these.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Michael for sure, and then it all kind of ties together. This is kind of some housekeeping and some Band-Aid fixes of the existing ordinance that we have. I hope to come back and totally look at this whole program and get some input from the board as far as where we'd like this ordinance to go. I've been talking to Core and talking to Mona about, does this do what we want it to do, and is it still the document that works for us, or do we need to revamp it all? So this is my attempt to just get the program that we're currently in working a little cleaner, working a little better, so that I can do some better enforcement on the backside, right now, because the questions come up and the questions arise is what credit do I get, how much credit do I get, and I'm having to deal with those things now. But long term, my hope is to come before you with a totally revised program that really meets the needs and the desires that this community has for energy use. So.
Yeah, and I think that is a good conversation to have in conjunction with CORE and use their technical expertise to see if there's new ways to be looking at this program.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me just respond to Rachel. I'm not suggesting that the county engage in meter reading on a daily basis at anybody's house. And it simply would operate like the system, the federal system we have for improving gas mileage in cars. So you simply engineer a house to use less energy, and when you accumulate enough of those houses, you have less energy use. You know, people have to take I'm allowing people, if they want to run their house 24 hours a day and waste energy in spite of all the evidence that it's a bad idea, that's okay. They can do that. But I'm suggesting that we set standards for efficiencies, the same kind of mileage standards. I'm talking about a BTU standard for the county. The same kind of mileage standards we have for vehicles. Nobody checks how many miles you've driven in your vehicle and whether you've gone over your energy budget of your vehicle, but if you're driving in an efficient vehicle, you're contributing to the savings, energy savings. So that's what I'm suggesting. So I want to make that clear.
All right, and that's great for future discussion with CORE and with the board. Steve?
I would agree with you, Brian, to take a look at the whole energy building code for all buildings. And I've read recently that in Amsterdam, starting in the year 2015, they're going to require multifamily houses to be net zero. So, and those kind of buildings are possible. I think we should take a really hard look at the code. But you are tweaking the existing system, and I think improving it in what you're recommending here. And that's why I would agree with, it's making it better. It's maybe not making it perfect, but.
Okay. Any other questions on this part of it? Do we have general support? We don't have to vote on it right now. I'm just sort of trying to get an idea of nod of heads. Okay. So let's move on to then the new program, the commercial renew. What's it called? It's called the GREMP.
The GREMP.
The GREMP. The Grinch, not the Grinch. The GREMP.
The GREMP.
Okay. So this is the governmental renewable energy program. So it allows some allowances for a public entity that is providing what would be a public safety aspect to a program they're doing, and then because of that, they would not incur any mitigation fees.
Well, the way that it's written now, I kind of left it to be scrutinized by what they provide as far as their documentation of what efforts they're making. Because the discussion in the work session seemed to come back that we didn't just want to exempt it totally, that we wanted them to make the effort either to fit into the program, and once that wasn't feasible, to then look at what other things are they doing. Does the service that they provide in itself, provide the buses that provide less vehicles on the road and some of the things that RAFTA does? Or can they do other things that are outside the ordinary? Like RAFTA's put in an oil-burning boiler instead of your traditional boiler on their site, but that's not part of the existing REMP program to give them credit for. So I was trying to keep intact some sort of mitigation, and in return give them a percentage of credit back within the program. So if you want to look at a full exemption, we can look at a full exemption, and we can look at it case by case, or we can set parameters. That's kind of left open. Right now the document just says we'll look at what they provide us and provide a percentage back to them of snow melt without fees associated. So.
Maybe I missed that. That's in the memo in terms of what the percentage is, or that's a new caveat that we didn't really discuss in the past, in the last work session.
We didn't clear up the percentage amount that would be given, but we didn't want to leave it so open that they got 100% approval of however much they wanted snowmelt-wise on that property. Now with the BRTs, if you look at the BRTs, they have roughly 400 square feet of snow melt associated with just the perimeter around the actual station. To me, that seems to be a reasonable percentage, and as we would look at their documentation and what they provided and asking for backup and showing what methods and means they did to mitigate or try to mitigate on that property, that letter that's enclosed in here and the previous letter that we talked about at the work session showed that they made some efforts to look into solar, look into photovoltaic, and look into different ways of offsetting. It wasn't feasible on those sites. To me, the ratio of the effort that was put into and the ratio of the percentage of snowmelt they were asking for was a reasonable judgment call. That's kind of how we were looking at this. It's hard to set definite parameters on what percentage you get for what amount of mitigation within this program, because every site's going to be so different and every circumstance is going to be so different that a certain amount of site-by-site specific decision-making needs to be involved, it seems to me.
So what you're suggesting is that we leave it up to the discretion of the building department to determine, based on a case-by-case, or how they try to mitigate, is it a public service, is it reasonable, and if so, great, if not, there may be a percentage of shared cost back.
Yes, because there's so many variables and so many different factors on each one of these buildings and each one of these structures. From my perspective, I would look at the BRTs differently than I would the bus barn. And I would hope that that would be something that you could support and trust in my judgment in that. If not, we can I could define this as tightly as I could, but I think the variables are always going to be the ghost in the machine that we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, for me, it's I supported this last time based on the greater benefit of the public good and certainly the public safety. And that's where I saw the bus stops as a public safety issue. But I see differently a maintenance facility, which is not a public safety issue. And I would not include something like that as part of this. I would continue to have to mitigate and look at encouraging other ways to offset that energy. So that would be my comments. Questions or comments? Rob, then Steve.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I'd like to discuss that a little bit more. But the two questions that I did have, the first was working in here somehow that they can't double dip on mitigation type stuff. And you had mentioned not part of the rent, like a previous credit from something.
Right.
For instance, if they're, going to somebody and saying, look, what we're doing, give us federal money for this, and then they come to us and they say, well, look what we're doing, give us this money for that. And that to me is double setting of fees that are out there to mitigate carbon offset. So that's one issue that I think needs to be addressed somehow in the review process of it says approval of the chief building official. The other aspect is when you have the approval of the chief building official, I think you need to somehow state an appeal process with appeal to the Board of County Commissioners, or something like that, something that says the chief building official is going to say, listen, your mitigation is X dollars and we're going to rebate 30% of that based on what you petitioned to us for. And they're going to say, well, what do you mean only 30%? We want 50%. Who do we take this to? Do we take it to a court of law? Do we take it? I would say take it, there needs to be a channel of what happens next in that scenario, because I could see that happening.
Good point. Steve?
I have quite a few different things I have problems with on this GRIM. The first being that I think that government entities should be the first ones to comply by the REMP standards and not be exempted from them under any circumstances. our governments need to set an example to the rest of the community on how to mitigate for different energy things and how to do it a new way and do it properly. So even the very first sentence of that, I wrote, they may not be exempted from the RIMP. However, I think something should be added that off-site mitigation is allowable, and clearly in the case of the BRT stations, on-site mitigation is not feasible. It's not. They're not in the right locations. They get covered by magnesium chloride. A variety of reasons why it doesn't work there. And in the case of RAFTA, they should be allowed somewhere in. And we could set a geographical limit somewhere in Pitkin County or somewhere in the RAFTA territory. It might be on their Glenwood bus facility, might be where they do it, or it might be in Carbondale, or somewhere in their territory that they would do the mitigation. And the same way with any other government entity, that off-site mitigation should be allowable. So I don't have any problem with the fact that they're doing the snow melt at the bus stops, because that's definitely a safety issue for the public. When we get to the bus maintenance facility, they didn't bring a map to us showing what area they want to snow melt there. It's just been talked about, and it's not like they're doing a proposal to do that right now, but there are, that's like a whole separate project that really needs to be looked at separately. And I think a case could be made that, it fits a government project where they want to do a mitigation program for that, and they should be allowed to apply for that. But they should still have to mitigate for it in some fashion. When you start looking at their mitigation, it's been mentioned several times how natural gas is so much more better than burning diesel fuel, and that is arguable for quite a few reasons. One is where natural gas is drilled and produced and piped, there's much higher escape of methane gas into the atmosphere, and that's been documented. And methane gas is way worse for climate change problems than CO2 is. Then there's, in addition to that, there's all the 600 truckloads to a drilling site to drill one well, all the miles of pipe that they need to be manufactured, and all those sorts of things add up to a lot, huge carbon footprint for producing natural gas. So I don't know that a compressed natural gas bus is really any better for the environment than a diesel bus would be. RAFTA obviously they've been doing a lot of things, being conscious of energy things, but I think it would take a pretty good computer program to be able to analyze their things and say how much they are actually mitigating. But the fact that they're trying to get out of having to pay the REMP thing, and RAFTA accepted REMP payments from CORE to do projects in the past, and now they don't want to pay into it, is kind of a double standard, and similar to what you brought up, Rob, on a double dipping thing. And last, the approval of the chief building official, I think it should come to the BOCC in any case for, a government project that we're trying to set a different standard for them than for a project that a private or commercial enterprise would be doing. I just think it should come to us. It should be analyzed by the building officials and people from CORD, perhaps before it comes here, but then have the BOCC have the final say on it.
So you're saying in every case there should be an appeal to this level before we make a judgment call on our end?
Yeah. So, I mean, I would like to start from scratch and rewrite the whole thing using, do major editing to this to bring it to a point that I would be in favor of it.
And I think there's a slight misunderstanding about the bus barn. Mike is actually here from RAFTA, and he and I have been discussing the bus barn as a different situation, and they are making efforts there. They're doing geothermal there. They're looking at possibility of solar photovoltaic on the roof of the new structure that's been approved through the grants that they received from the federal government. And instead of having the buses sitting outside idling, now they're looking at covering the buses and doing away with a large portion of the areas that were going to be snow melted. So they are making great efforts in trying to stay within the parameters of the existing program, which is difficult for them in some ways. But they have been working with me, and they haven't just told me they refuse to pay those fees. They're asking, and this was the appeal to the board. I was looking to try to establish a way to do this administratively so it wouldn't have to escalate to this level every time a project of this nature. If we could set some standard that I could make those decisions for you as your representative in the building department, that was my hope. If we need to escalate it to this level each time, we can do that. I don't know how often it's even going to come up. RAFTA just happened to be the case that came up, and I said, boy, I don't want to make this judgment call. I talked to the city of Aspen, and they actually had in their commercial rent program the ability to make this judgment call and to allow a certain percentage for life safety. They don't have that percentage defined. It's kind of Stephen Knife's judgment call as far as the percentage on a site-by-site deal. But that's kind of how this kind of grew and progressed and got to this level and came before you. So.
Yeah, well, these are just comments now. We're going to have a board agreement before we make any changes one way or the other. So you have to take all these comments with a grain of salt until we have our discussion amongst ourselves, because we all have difference of opinions, and we'll have to agree, at least have a majority to agree to move forward or not. So, Michael?
Yeah, I agree with Steve on the double standard for government and for private enterprise. In fact, that was the gist of my previous comments on spending $700,000 on a $236,000 property. That's a bad example. So, but in this case, this is a substantially different case here. We're not talking about RAFTA installing hot tubs. We're not talking about RAFTA installing pools. We're talking about an area around a bus stop that is going to stay free of ice and free of snow, so that when people enter a bus, they don't slip and fall and take a tumble underneath the wheels of a bus. This is not about personal vanity or making sure that your cocktail guests get to the house safely. This is about public safety, fundamental public safety. It's not about vanity. This is something that is substantially different and is the charge of government. The charge of government is to keep its citizens safe. And so if we were to provide bus stops, RAFTA, and I must say that I'm a current board member and former chairman of RAFTA, if we were to keep our bus stops in shabby condition or unsafe conditions, we would be not responsible. So this is not equivalent to us exempting ourselves from the impacts here. We are accepting the impacts of making sure that our citizens are safe at our bus stops. That seems reasonable. Now, on top of that, RAFTA is initiated essentially to remove vehicles from the road and to prevent congestion on our one major highway, which has been successful doing. Since 1993, our car traffic going into town has remained fairly steady. That's not because people have decided to use less cars. It's because people are using the bus more. That's a public benefit, and in effect it's a mitigation, both an energy mitigation, a safety mitigation, and a congestion mitigation. So there's no equivalency here between hot tubs, pools, and heated driveways and RAFTA's apron around their bus stops. None whatsoever. So I think this is worthwhile, it's worth doing, and it's worth it to give the discretion to Brian or to whoever's the chief building inspector to allow that to happen on government projects. And if some government entity is wasteful and doesn't have the public safety as their major concern, well, we'll take them to task for that. But in this case, RAFTA has the safety of its riders as its primary concern, and that's why we're talking about this.
So, Michael, would you support the idea of having at least an appeals process if we're looking at percentages?
Sure, if some governmental agency wants to come in here and appeal to us, fine.
So there'll be at least another step. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. It seems that we have a lot of things on the table now about this item. And I agree with having an appeal process. That's one of the simpler ones to put aside. I agree with that. There's a certain irony, though, that if anyone thinks that they got a better deal than they were expecting for Brian, or our own board thought maybe he was too generous, that's not going to get appealed. It's only going to get appealed to us when people would like us to be more generous than he is. So, you know, I think having that clear criteria or standards is going to be important. I agree with Steve Giles on this, and notwithstanding Michael's very passionate description of RAFTA and RAFTA services, an agency which we all have supported in the past. You know, I spent months campaigning for the increase in sales tax for RAFTA to be able to build the BRT. And so there's no question about my support for RAFTA or the value of RAFTA or the health and safety issues. But, you know, if you peel that away, this is about RAFTA making a choice about how to deal with the ice. You know, if it wants to provide, as we have mandated it to do this service, it has to decide how to deal with the ice. And it could have either said, okay, we're going to get 3 pickup trucks, and on snowy days have guys driving up and down the valley and shoveling the snow out, and we'll take care of it that way, and we'll put out a lot of mag chloride or ice melt or whatever. Or they could weigh it as a business does and say, you know, it makes more sense for us to put in this ice melt system. We'll save 3 employees on a seasonal basis. We won't have to buy those pickup trucks for them to run around, and we'll put in the system. Well, part of the cost of this system is the energy mitigation. And I realize RAFTA is doing tremendous things with more efficient buses. That was the mandate the public gave them. And I feel a little awkward kind of saying on behalf of the taxpayers, we're going to exempt you from this energy mitigation because it'll cost RAFTA money. And we're assuming that the public doesn't want RAFTA to work this cost, this mitigation fee, into its budget. Now, I can see creating additional allowances for paying it off over time, so it's not a lump sum due, you know, the same day you get your CEO, the CEO the way you would on a residential home. But I certainly believe that within a budget as large as we have put forward for BRT, that the mitigation cost should be there, you know, and I just have that base feeling. There's no question there's a difference between a public service and a private home, you know, no comparison. But that doesn't mean, it's a non sequitur to therefore say, well, we should therefore exempt government bodies from their activities. And this will come up in any number of other areas as well. Should a new institutional building be exempted from affordable housing fees? Should it be exempted from open space dedication fees? Should it be exempted? There's always ways to whittle down the cost. Should we try to ask for no tap fees in the name of public good? It just means the other taxpayers are carrying it somehow. And I believe that there should be perhaps some standard, I mean some credit. I was willing to support this as a, you know, this is setting up the program, and then we'll look at the RAFTA case very specifically on its own merits in context with that. And I do think I could see some credit, but you know, that's why I was willing when I first read this to go through with it. It's not offering 100% waiver, and I don't want to support anything that mandates that there's going to be a 100% waiver. Could there be a credit for going above and beyond the duty on other energy things? Perhaps. Perhaps that's where we're missing the equivalency, missing the giving them a measure of goodwill, a credit for other areas where we don't so much in single-family home style program. So, that's just kind of how I feel on that. I also think it's appropriate to break out the bus barn from the BRT stops in their evaluation. Clearly different opportunities, even in the size of the roof or solar panels or things like that. So that's how I feel about that. And, I do need to go back to the idea of the CAFE standards for cars and car standards. That still is about a transactional marketplace. No one tells you you have to buy one of the high mileage cars or that you can't buy one of the low mileage cars. It simply makes the car dealers price the lower mileage cars higher so they can sell the higher mileage cars lower and create the average which they need to hit this standard. That is where even the car standards is very similar to what we have in the residential rent. It doesn't make someone buy the right car, or it doesn't tell them how to drive it to get the best mileage. It just says that the industry itself has to have an average standard that comes forward, and that's what we're looking for in REMP.
So, Rachel, what I hear you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you would support this concept for the building department to look at waiving some mitigation fees on a percentage basis, and you would also look at, using RAPID as an example, that to offset the credit, that percentage fee, we may look at what other credit that they're providing to the community in terms of reducing energy use.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that it is important to have a standard and be able to say this is what was gained. We don't, I guess my fear is sole sourcing the public benefits and saying, well, RAFT is transportation, so therefore other community needs fall away. Because they're doing such a good job with this, we were not going to hold them to these other standards. But if we can look at RAFT and say, you're doing a great job with this, and this is our normal energy mitigation for a snowmelt, but look at these other energy mitigation things you're doing, and efficiencies you're doing, energy savings you're creating, then there could be some credit in that standard. But then when we look at the next governmental building, it's not, well, RAFTA got exempted because RAFTA is a good agency and does public service. Mm-hmm. It's because RAFTA also did these other things.
Yeah, so we're setting a policy.
Setting a,
policy
a stronger policy.
Yeah, I understand. Steve? And Rob?
Yeah, we need to look at the whole thing as if it were any government agency and not just RAFTA. For instance, on another county building, there could be, you might have to put gutter melt system in to keep icicles from forming, so the icicles don't fall on people's heads. It's a public safety thing. Those are also included, the gutter melting systems for outdoor heating. So if the county had to add something to one of the buildings in a public safety thing, I think that we should do be required to mitigate for that in some fashion. Now, in RAFTA's case, chances are they've already mitigated above and beyond what they're going to be using. It's obvious they have a lot of projects that have been really good. And in RAFTA's case, they've probably already done the mitigation or will have done it with doing the geothermal thing and doing the bus storage barn so they don't have to idle the engines, and all of that's going to save a huge amount of fuel, obviously. So they might already have accomplished the mitigation. I think it just needs to be documented, attach a BTU figure to the different things to come up with that. But looking at the whole thing for any government thing is what this ordinance is about, and we need to not just have it say RAFTA, but it's saying any government.
Rob?
I was just going to throw out there that another approach to this could be to have a a cap to the percentage, up to 75%. So there's some mitigation fee paid. They wouldn't get 100% on that. So I was just going to throw that out as an idea because I think you were kind of alluding to that.
Again, what I heard Rachel say was that we would look at percentages, but if there are exceptional circumstances and cases where credits can be visibly demonstrated and energy savings documented, then that credit could be used for that offset. And I would rather do that than have a cap, and that leaves us actually a little more flexible for all cases as a broad policy statement. Rachel?
Somewhere in between what you guys are both saying, but I think it is the language correction I would make if this moves forward. On the very last sentence, I would see with the recommendation of the chief building official and the BOCC approval. And that way, our board would be able to look at and weigh those. But we'd have the expertise of someone like Brian giving us that recommendation to consider. And then it would have to be a debate and a discussion and weighing the merits. But I think clearly there are things that people use energy that do not require mitigation within our code now. And it just doesn't touch those things. And if that's where they can show, hey, we're doing all these extra energy mitigations and be able to weigh it and start to weigh it, because each case is going to be unique. And I really think that this shouldn't be about RAFT, it should be about all governmental buildings. And I think that way we get to that level where the board can say, look, we're just not going to give you 100% on this no matter what you've asked for or what you've done, but without having some sort of cap in the code itself. Because that would kind of maybe cut people off from wanting to do that extra project.
That's what I'm getting at, exactly.
And so rather than actually an appeal process, we would use this perhaps in a public process, like we would use a land use application come before us, staff would present, make recommendations, we'd have a discussion, we'd have to allow the public to weigh in, we would make a decision, and that would be that. It would not have to necessitate an appeal process.
Right.
All right, I think we're getting close, hopefully. Let me try to summarize this and see whether we can get some agreement. We're going to look at a broad policy statement that looks at governmental agencies in regards to a rent program to possibly allow credit for mitigation based on a percentage, based on a warranted need, based on the ability to show how that organization on that particular project is offsetting and providing credits in lieu of that mitigation. And you may be able to wordsmith that a little better than I've stated. And secondly, that this will be a public process coming before us in each case where staff will make recommendations, board will discuss, there will be a public comment period, and then the board will make the final decision. Good for everybody? This is only our first reading, and it's going to be set again for public comments. We'll have a second go around, and we'll have time for staff to rewrite this and clarify this for us.
One quick comment is that by nature, all of our adopted codes have the appeals process in place, so that kind of is a given that this could have escalated to an appeal as it stood. But we could have made that more specific in here, but our ordinance, our Title 11 actually allows for the Board of Appeals process to happen. So this could have already escalated to an appeal. So. Okay,
are we good with that for at least the first go around? Rachel and Rob?
I'm good with that, but there was one other thing that Rob had brought up that I don't really know is in this ordinance or not, but I wanted to weigh in on it. For me, it is okay to leverage various funds from different pools. When we're giving out the core grants for someone to install solar and then they get the tax credit on their taxes, it's the two combined that make the project financially feasible. And I don't know if I would have bought my hybrid car if there hadn't been the federal tax credit and the state tax credit. And we often see projects like the underpass at the Airport Business Center that draw from one pool or another to get the matching fund and the whole thing put together. So if someone can do the effort, hit the qualifications, and those agencies that give those grants out aren't objecting, I'm not going to penalize someone for creative financing and finding the pieces of the pot they need to put together to make the project happen.
Rob?
One thought that I had was for second reading to somehow have an idea of how this determination might be made. I mean, I don't know how we do that, if we formalize it or if we not formalize it, but you know, I think of like the GMQS process where there's points awarded for various things which end up to a bottom percentage or something like that. I mean, that's a pass-fail against competition type stuff, but it just seems to me that I want to simplify this process and not have a long, heated debate every time one of these things come up about one person's opinion on this or one person's opinion on that. And if it could somehow be organized, it would be nice to have an idea of what that might look like.
Or some guidelines?
And some guidelines, yeah, something
What
more
should we
than what's
evaluate?
worded in the code. And then on the earlier things for second reading, and I saw that you had some stuff in front of you that we didn't get in our packet, which is some examples of, you know, what are the scenarios that are happening. And this is in specific to the pre-existing systems.
Okay, sure.
And I'm just, because it's going to second reading, or if we pass it, it's going to second reading, I should say.
Right.
But those are things, some information for the public and for us on second reading that I think are crucial, because you did that work. Let's get it in our packet for second reading.
I will definitely do that.
Michael?
Yeah, I think the standards for energy savings is, in the case of RAFTA, you could figure out what the energy uses are of those safety aprons, and then say, well, if you have 3 million riders, how much energy do you save? And if they match or exceed one another, then there's a difference. But I think it's fairly straightforward because it's about energy use.
And I think the argument that's been made here today, particularly by Steve and Rachel, is that they should already be doing that as a government agency. And so how do you say that they've gone above and beyond and mitigated some of the energy? For instance, you know, we have people always working on the energy in this building, but should it be mitigating something versus the fact that we've done something extra? And I think that's the point that I've heard from Steve. I see Steve nodding his head, but there needs to be, because honestly, RAFTA's saved more energy than they could ever use in snow melt, no question. But they should be doing that already, is the point that's been made. So how do you say, all right, okay, no matter what, RAFTA could now waste as much energy as they want on whatever. There's no incentive or no disincentive for them not to do that. And I agree that their board is their disincentive, that they're directing them in those manners.
Well, you put RAFTA in a difficult position because it's a mitigation enterprise to begin with.
Yes.
And to say that, well, yeah, you should be mitigating, quite frankly, I think that RAFTA grew out of a sense of obligation to the community. And now you're saying, well, that's natural. Well, it isn't natural. There is no such system as RAFTA. The BRT system is unique in the country. So there's no should have there. They do it, and it's a gift, quite frankly, to the community that they're doing it, and that they've said to the community, not only can we provide bus service, we can provide rapid transit bus service, which is unique, and which goes way beyond bus service as we know it. In fact, it will compete with the automobile in terms of time, and certainly competes with it in terms of energy use. So there's no should there. I think we're very lucky, we're fortunate to have RAFTA. It's a mitigation company.
Again, I think we've given staff some direction. We're not looking at, we're using RAFTA as an example, of course, but we're looking at developing a broad policy. And I think we've got staff enough direction if we get approval from the board to move this forward to second reading. And I'd like to see whether we can do that at this point. I think we've had enough conversations.
I can support moving this forward, George, but I just simply have to respond. RAFTA isn't a gift to the community. RAFTA is an agency started by the community, funded by the community, and given a mission by the community. And that's the distinction. We all appreciate and love RAFTA. There's just no question about it. Everyone in this table and probably this room has supported it in some way in the past. But we can't say that because the airport is supposed to provide air travel, when we build the new terminal, should that ever happen, we're not going to make it apply to our energy codes, or we're not going to take a look at those things as well. And this whole idea that private sector has to do this, but government is such a great public purpose, we'll never charge it, is just wrong. We created RAFTA. We funded RAFTA. Our public voted the taxes to make BRT happen and gave RAFTA the charge of creating BRT. RAFTA didn't do it on its own. It was the public direction to do so.
Okay, I think we've had enough conversation on this. I will accept a motion to move this forward to second reading if someone wishes to do that.
I'll move to approve on first reading the ordinance for, well, then there it says commercial, but it also is the residential.
We need to have two of these houses, Brian?
It says commercial and residential in the title. It didn't include the G-Rump because that was something newly created, but we could add that to the title if we need to.
Okay, anyhow, the first reading of this ordinance dealing with the residential and commercial renewable energy mitigation program and adding the new government renewable energy mitigation program.
As amended? With the language?
As amended with the changes to the government.
Do I have a second?
I'll second, and that also included the last sentence language that will come to the board versus an appeals process with your recommendations.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Great, thank you, Brian, for all your work and your continued effort on this. Okay, the last item on our consent action items, first reading, I asked to be pulled, is an ordinance accepting the Anthony's Brown Conservation Easement. And Dale Will is here for that. Dale, you want to let us know what this is all about?
Sure. Thanks, George. This site is one that was discussed pretty thoroughly by you all last year as an application to have it deemed historic in return for a couple of TDRs was considered by you, and that application was processed by my sister agency, Suzanne Wolf, I think was here, managed that. Open Space got involved in this during the process, I guess because we've got some experience in negotiating conservation easements and also have been dabbling with some historic preservation around the county. This one takes the notion of history back quite a ways. And the site that we're talking about, according to our friends in the State Archaeologist's Office, is one that shows signs of having been used by Paleo-Indians for a period of perhaps 8,000 years. And that's pretty extraordinary. If you think Aspen's been here for 130 years, more or less, that's about 2% of the time that this site that we're considering here was utilized by early human inhabitants of our valley. And having discussed Paleo-Indian inhabitation of the high mountains with the State Archaeologist's Office, I've learned that the science about this is really pretty young, unlike what has been done down in Mesa Verde and some of the desert sites. The knowledge about what was going on in our mountains thousands of years ago is still pretty thin. And consequently, sites like this are exceptional, and Mr. Black, the assistant state archaeologist who was up here, said he had only seen about 6 sites of this quality in the state. So I applaud you for agreeing last fall that this site merits protection, even with the grant of a couple of TDRs, and the condition on that prior approval was that we would develop a conservation easement and a cultural resource management plan, and that the granting of those was a precondition to the certification of these TDRs. The open space staff has been working with the landowner and the Archaeological Conservancy to come up with something that is agreeable to everyone that's involved, and after considering many templates, we landed on something that that gained the support of myself and my staff, the Archaeological Conservancy, and also the landowner here. The key elements of it I've bulleted in the memo, but in short, as we normally do with any kind of TDRs, the development right that goes on this parcel will be forever extinguished. But beyond that, the conservation easement will throw a special safety net around the area of known archaeological significance. Now, we don't know exactly what that is, so we're throwing the net a little wider than what we're seeing on the ground, to be sure. And third, the artifacts that are on the ground up there, and there's probably many times the number underground that are visible on the surface, but even those on the surface are quite numerous. Those artifacts will all become the commonly owned property of the landowner and the grantees of this conservation easement, which will be Pitkin County and the Archaeological Conservancy. We're already undertaking a complete inventory of everything that can be seen above the surface of the ground, which includes quite an array of spear points and arrowheads that go through several epochs of human habitation, and that's how the scientists were able to determine the longevity of the site. There are also grinding stones and other things up there. All of those will be cataloged and numbered so that we'll have a way to track the inventory up there over time. The management plan that we've crafted to go along with this has some additional provisions regarding how it can be that these artifacts may travel for public educational purposes subject to this inventory control. The Aspen Historic Society and others are already quite excited that we will have a mechanism. We'll probably have a touring group of artifacts that can be shown around to help others understand the duration of the human habitation that we now know has occurred in the valley. As some of you may know, Tom Cardamone has recently accepted a part-time post as the director of what's being called the Task Force to educate concerning some of the finds up at Ziegler Reservoir. And he's also quite excited to weave in what we learn from this site into what they're able to present about the history of this valley. So I'm happy to be here with a conservation easement. We have the documents upstairs, but the key ingredients I've outlined here, I'm happy to recommend to you that the documents we've come up with satisfy what I believe your purposes were in adopting the resolution last fall. With due regard to Michael Owsley, I have intentionally not shown a map on this one because I've also learned that one of the best ways to protect what we have here is not to publicize the specific location.
I think this is great to conserve this site and to provide and to extinguish the building site on this land. And for me, that is worth one TDR. I have a real problem in giving 2 TDRs, and I'll give you some reasons why. The owner actually purchased this lot for $250,000, and he purchased this because it was at risk of being sold to someone else and being developed as a home site, which would have impinged on his privacy, which I understand. And he then found some great archaeological artifacts, which is a great find, as Dale has said. It is a private road. It is a gated road, so there won't be any public access or viewing, although there will be opportunities for the public to view some of these artifacts through a traveling show and through the Aspen Historical Society. And I think that is great. I looked at the records this morning in terms of what the most recent TDR sold for, which was just last month. And of course, TDRs, it's always a supply and demand, but the last TDR sold for over $200,000. And I don't think the intent of the TDR program has ever been to become a profit generator for a property owner in terms of conserving their land. It's an opportunity to help an owner in terms of putting on conservation on that property and extinguishing a building right. And it's a benefit for the owner through their tax exemptions. It's a benefit for the owner in terms of getting a TDR to sell to help offset the costs. And certainly it's a benefit for the county. So I cannot support 2 TDRs for this parcel, but I can support 1 TDR. I think that's fair. It's extinguishing a development right. It's allowing the pursuit of protection of this archaeological site. And I hope that the Archaeological Conservancy, through their organization, through grants, that they can then also look at helping the owner in terms of preserving that right and offsetting some of those costs. So that's where I stand on this. Rachel?
Yeah, George, I appreciate your position on this, and when we talked about it before, you brought up similar concerns, although the price of the TDR was lower then. I just look at this, based on page 3, the resolution at the end, that the issue before us is the fulfillment of the resolution that we passed 09/4/2012. And that was the resolution where this issue of 1 TDR or 2 TDRs was really decided. And we approved, as a majority, not as a unanimous board, that there would be 2 TDRs conditionally granted pending the creation of a conservation easement and management plan for the site. So I think the issue in front of us is the sufficiency of the conservation easement and the management plan for the site, because we literally gave them direction. We will give you these 2 TDRs if you do these things, and sent them out to expend further dollars in doing those 2 things. So, I cannot see renegotiating the 2 TDRs at this point. That was the resolution that was passed. And it's to us to decide, have they fulfilled the conditions that granted those 2 TDRs?
I understand that. Thank you, Rachel. So it comes back down to the management plan, and we had specifically asked, would there be a public access? Would school groups be able to go up there? Would there be viewing? And in this case, the answer came back, no. They're going to look at another way to allow that, but it's basically going to be on private property with no access, no viewing. And to me, that's not an acceptable management plan for the public in consideration for 2 TDRs. Steve?
I look at this like you do, Rachel, in reading it. In my mind, this was voted on a long time ago, and we have basically a contract with Jody Anthes and David Brown in this case, and this is just fulfilling our end of the obligation for that. On our ranch, we have a site similar to this, and it was right in the middle of Nicholson Creek Road, which has been used for over 100 years, and it's been graded and bulldozed, and the site is still there, and you can still find artifacts occasionally, but the site was ruined because it was right where the road went through it. And the fact that we have a chance to save a site and not have a bulldozer go in there and have it disrupted is just an awesome opportunity. I'm concerned about how over the long term the site actually can be preserved and protected from people sneaking in there and raiding it, and I hope the management plan deals with that, but I also hope that we can get a good team of archaeologists in there in short order to really study the site carefully.
Comments, questions? Rob and Michael?
Yeah, I recognize where we are in this process, and although I agree with George on the TDRs, and I believe I stated that in the original ordinance previously as well. I do have some questions here regarding this particular ordinance. One, it says the development right will be eliminated on the parcel, but you somewhat alluded to the fact that it wasn't going to include the entire parcel, that it was, you said the site, and then you said, well, we're cast a larger area than that. Why is it not on the entire, is it the entire parcel, or is it, it's unclear in this ordinance.
Sure, and I'm happy to address that. The conservation easement has layers of protection. The development right is gone from this parcel. The conservation easement will have extraordinary protections around the site of archaeological significance. It's, the site in total, I believe, is 37 acres, something like that.
The parcel or the site?
The parcel. Within the area that we believe might have archaeological significance, there are much more strict restrictions about landscaping, disturbance of the surface, whereas outside that area, in the balance of that acreage, if he needs to plant a tree or do other things that are consistent with managing vacant lands, the restrictions would be less. So that's the only distinction there.
Okay, and just kind of getting back to what we're getting for 2 TDRs, I would just assume have that protection on the entire parcel. And then the other question is, why this decision to have joint ownership of artifacts between the landowner and the grantees? It just seemed a little unclear and odd exactly what that meant.
We actually modeled that on what we do with water, on conservation easements, where water rights on lands that we've protected essentially are co-owned by the county and the landowner. In other words, the landowner continues to have the right to use their irrigation water for running their ranch, but they give up the right to sever it from the ranch and to sell it for some other purpose. The idea here was quite similar. We didn't want any party to have the legal right to start conveying artifacts and separating them from this property, with one small exception, and that is that there are some museums that will not display artifacts unless they own them. And so we will have a clause that if all the parties, Pitkin County, the landowner, and the Archaeological Conservancy, agree that a conveyance without payment is appropriate in order to get something on display, then the 3 parties can make that decision. But other than that, the idea is that we're essentially going to become the co-owners of those artifacts, and that gives us a legal right. If someone were to seek to convey them, we could chase after them, say, well, those were not theirs to convey. Now, since we're on TV, I want to add that I'm told by the experts these artifacts don't have high market value. but they have high scientific value. And that's the purpose for that. That even if they inadvertently leave that property in the dark of the night, we can chase after them and try to retrieve them.
And I guess one of my questions regarding this is, do they have, as part owners, the ability to block us from various uses or educational whatnot of these artifacts? And in essence, they can strong-arm us in a way that I don't think we're getting our value for the TDRs that they're getting.
And the answer is no. We have set up a process that there will be public viewing pursuant to the inventory safeguards that we've come up with for these artifacts. Now, you have to do that carefully. You have to mark where they came from, essentially number them, and ensure that if in the future the significance of that point of origin becomes important to scientific research, we can trace everything back to a specific spot on the ground. But beyond that, we've reached that agreement that a subgroup of these artifacts will be for public educational purposes.
The next question is regarding the management plan and the cost of such activities, and their costs far beyond the management plan, and how are those going to be managed and paid for various things?
And that's entirely, the public educational budget is something that's going to be covered by entities that are set up to do that sort of thing. As I mentioned, we've actually already had some of these on display over at Aspen Historic Society. There is the historic group in Basalt that's interested there as educational groups, but they'll have to provide the budget for doing that, similar to what we do with the folks that at the Roaring Fork Conservancy that do interpretive activities on our open spaces.
And then the last question is, if this conservation easement is conveyed to the county and the other parties, the property will still be owned by the applicants here, and will they be paying property tax and going forward on this property?
Yeah, and there again, it's similar to what goes on with our conservation easements. Pitkin County currently owns, I think, about 42 conservation easements, and in every case, as Steve could attest, the landowners are still paying property taxes. Now, those taxes should reflect the potential uses of the property, and here where the development right is gone, I'm sure that our friends next door have a way to take that into account. But this property remains private property and simply has a conservation easement running with the land that goes with the property whoever might own it in the future.
And then my last request, if this does move to second hearing, is to get a copy of our minutes from the October 24th, 2012 meeting attached to this. And I'm not sure if there was a specific reason why the legal language of the conservation easement was not included in this. You said you have a copy upstairs, and I don't know why it wasn't included in our ordinance today.
I am happy to provide that. A conservation easement is a fairly intricate document, and frankly, 80 or 90% of it is boilerplate. And similar to looking at a potential construction contract or something, I felt that it was more useful from a policy perspective to zero in on what the key ingredients of the easement can be as per the ordinance. But I'm quite happy to provide the entire document if that's what you'd like to see.
I think if we're referring to a conservation easement, it should be included in our public documentation.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with the 2D TDRs. I mean, when I visited this site, I've never visited a site that had that many artifacts on the ground, and that you know, we should be proud to preserve that site because it represents 8,000 years of history. I mean, people brag around here that they've been here for 60 years. Big deal. Now we have a site that goes back 8,000 years. It really sent shivers up my spine when I walked through the site, and I think we should be grateful to the applicant for agreeing to this conservation, and grateful to Dale for contacting the Archaeological Conservancy and the State Historical Group. And this is a wonderful outcome to something that might have just turned into a building site, which would have been very unfortunate. And I applaud everybody involved.
It seems like we could also look at providing a TDR for the archaeological site as something unique, and that would also prevent a building site on that area and not give out another TDR. I see I'm on a losing end on this, but I'm going to make that statement. And we do not have a contract with Anthony Brown Steve at this point. We have a working agreement to try to move something forward, similar to our last discussion on REP. And as we saw, we made substantial changes to that, and we had the ability to either move that forward or not. So in terms of our obligation is to discuss this, see whether we can get the best outcome for all concerned, and that's what we're doing now. So I just want to clarify that.
My understanding, based on a 1041 map that had been done by a prior owner, is that the developable part of this property is also where the archaeological resources are. But I don't know if it's otherwise possible to change that.
Right, and so to my point, that if we gave a TDR for the archaeological site area, that would prevent building, and we know that owner has no interest in building on that anyway. So that's just an opportunity for us to look at the TDRs, because again, this is certainly going to be perhaps intentionally, perhaps not intentionally, a windfall for the owner at someone else's expense, because those TDRs will land somewhere else and have impacts to the adjacent land. And that's a whole other issue with TDRs I think we will need to have. Rachel?
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right, George. There are impacts to TDRs, and it's a thoughtful process when any are created. It's very difficult to want to line up the value of one person's TDR and the endeavor in which they're undertaking. You know, if we were doing a full accounting, we'd say, well, what were the interest payments these folks have made on the $250,000 loan to have bought that property? What was the time value of their money if they were able to buy it cash outright? How much did they spend with their land use planner getting their approvals with us? How much will the fencing and the conservation plan development cost? And it's a risk similar to anyone else going into it. TDRs could be lower priced this year than they were in 2012. They could be higher priced. We don't know that. And, you know, I certainly, you know, whether it's been the best public policy or not, there are places where we have bought conservation easements for the value of conserving that land, even if there is no public access or public trail on it or through it. That's often the case with working ranches, but we know the land itself was preserved. So there's not always public access to things that have gotten TDRs. That's also the case with lots that are non-developable and in taking hearing type of situations. So from one of my first days here, I had asked, well, don't we have half TDRs? You know, can we do 1.5 instead of either 1 or 2? And we don't have that. We don't have fractional TDRs. That was, you know, so maybe there would have been a accommodation there that could have made it better. But the applicants on this did not have to accept our conditions. And so you're right, this is not a contract, but it was ordinance that moved forward in which there was some reliance placed. And they have gone forward in good faith to try to create the plan that fulfills their end of that resolution. So I would move this forward by making a motion to accept the ordinance, to approve the ordinance accepting the Anthony Brown conservation easement.
Second.
Any further discussion? Rob?
Rachel kind of alluded, and I agree with your math on making these people whole with TDRs to some extent, but you alluded to the fact that they were going to cover the cost of the fencing and the management plan. Is that the case, or is that not the case? So they're covering the cost of all the operations of this land on top of that in perpetuity going forward?
Well, they're actually installing fencing, which is a concrete fence that looks like split rail that I think will probably be there as long as many of these artifacts.
But the cost of somebody doing a management plan, I mean, if you're doing the management plan, are they paying the county for your time? That's, I mean, is this an added cost to the county going forward is my question. And then the other thing that I would raise is a comment that Michael brought up previously to this, which is an appraisal of the property and what the property is worth. Now, I could argue that, you know, that he was talking about a trail system, and it's obviously worth maybe much more to the county as a trail system than it is to someone as ranching land, so that's maybe why someone would overpay in an appraisal sense. But in this sense, it may be worth more because it has a value in an educational sense. But should we, as a county, be paying more for a piece of property than its appraisal value? And it brings up a good question based on an argument that Michael made in a different circumstance on a different issue earlier today, is to have some sort of appraisal done on the site to its value. And I think I brought it up in our previous meeting on October 24th, 2012. Why didn't we consider buying this outright as an open space and trails piece of property and having control over management of it at that point, and you know, paying less than 2 TDRs?
I'm happy to take the questions if you want me to.
I don't know if they're questions or just comments at the end. I'm okay with moving it on, but I think these things should be addressed because I'm really, honestly, more in George's camp than the other sentiments that I've heard.
Steve?
In the ordinance, or the resolution passed in 2012, it does reference the specific things that are supposed to be done prior to the conveyance of the conservation of, prior to the issuance of the TDRs. And if you could bring us by the second reading, just documentation showing that they have complied with these different stipulations. So it would be like 3 through 6 of the prior resolution that have the conditions for issuing the TDRs.
I think for me, this just leads to, again, a larger discussion in terms of the overall TDR program and where it's going, and hasn't matured to a point similar to Michael's comment about the REM program. Do we need to revisit that and relook at this? Because again, I don't think the intent of the program, I think the intent of the program is to preserve and conserve land, extinguish rights, extinguish building rights, protect historical properties, which we've done in the past, archaeological properties, but not to be a profit generator for the participant, and that's where I have a problem with this. So with that, I think we've had enough comments. We have a motion. We have a second. I'm just going to call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? I'm going to oppose. Thanks, Dale.
Thank you.
Well, I think we can get through this one last item quickly, and then we'll take a break. The board will go through that. This next item is consent. It is a public hearing. It's a second reading, and it's a resolution number 039-2012. It's approving the citizen board bylaws. And who's here? Phyllis is going to be here in lieu of Jody.
Jody's sick today.
Okay. You want to sort of give us a quick overview on this?
Phyllis Mattias, Assistant County Manager. The The tab through some of their operations, it came to light that some of the items in their bylaws needed to be revised, as well as the makeup of the board and their responsibilities. So now the bylaws identify them as truly being an advisory board to the Board of County Commissioners, and the makeup of the board is identified as Pitkin County residents with residents within the reception area being in the alternate positions. The board had asked for an increase in the number of the members, but we found in the Home Rule Charter that restricted us to the 5 membership for the regular members with up to 5 alternates. So we were recommending keeping it with the 2 alternates, and the Translator Advisory Board has supported these. The other change in the membership was that members who are employees of radio stations, TV stations, cellular or broadband carriers could not be members of the board due to a conflict. But if they were on a board of director of a nonprofit that was in that type of business, that would be okay for membership. So those are kind of the quick overview of all the changes.
All right, questions for Phyllis? Seems pretty clear cut. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to comment on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Steve?
I move to approve the resolution approving citizen board bylaws for the Translator Advisory Board.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you, Phyllis. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break, board. So that puts us back here at GMQS exemption, activity envelope review. Again, this is the second reading, continued from May 8th, and Suzanne Wolf is going to present.
Okay. I put the map up just to refamiliarize everybody with the property we're talking about and the location up the North Fork of the Frying Pan. But I was just going to touch on the issues I mentioned in my memo and the sort of the outstanding issues remaining from the last hearing on May 8th. So the first item there was the question of exclusion of the activity envelopes from the conservation easement. At the May 8th meeting, it appeared that the majority of the board supported exclusion of the activity envelopes as long as the allowed uses in CDPUD were addressed in the resolution. So I have reflected that. Condition 3 in the resolution includes those permitted uses. Condition 7A reflects that the envelopes would be excluded from the conservation easement when that is brought forward. The applicant did submit some additional information supporting their position regarding exclusion of the envelopes from conservation easement, and that was attached to my memo. The second issue there was inclusion of the water rights. There were 2 water rights that were discussed at the last meeting, the reservoir water right and the irrigation water right. And the board had agreed that both should be encumbered by and included in the conservation easement, but that there would be language in the conservation easement allowing the applicant to make changes to the irrigation water right as to the location or type of use of the water on the property. So that's reflected in the resolution. The third issue is exclusion of the Himmeland Reservoir facilities. That's what the applicant had proposed, to exclude facilities associated with operation of the reservoir and dam from the conservation easement, and there were some questions asked about that at the last meeting. Paul Holsinger with Open Space and Trails, who is here, has recommended that those facilities be included in the conservation easement. His concern with excluding that infrastructure is that a major improvement could diminish the conservation values of the property, such as wildlife habitat and scenic values. If included in the conservation easement, language could allow for the infrastructure to be maintained or reasonably enlarged with approval from the grantee. So that is how the conditions are written in the resolution. So those were all of the conservation easement issues. The next issue related to access for the neighbors, and again that was 2 different issues related to access, like physical access to their lots, as well as recreational use of the Nichols property. And at the last meeting, the board had directed the applicant to return to the BOCC with all documents in place and solidified by all parties, was the language in the minutes. So those draft agreements have been presented to the neighbors to review. You were provided with red lines of those. Those were red lines provided by the neighbors. I understand there have probably been a couple of versions of red lines back and forth since then, which I think is what we anticipated, but I think the idea was that there would be a final document for them to look at, which was not what was available at the last meeting. So they do have all of those documents in front of them, I guess I'll let everyone speak to whether everyone's in agreement on those at this point or not. I don't think I know the answer to that at this point. So those are all provided for you. And just to note that the condition in the resolution requires that these agreements be recorded before the conservation easement is submitted for review and acceptance by the Open Space Board and then the BOCC. So we wanted to make sure that those agreements were in place and then reflected in the conservation easement. So the conservation easement can acknowledge that there are certain rights for the neighbors to use the property that will be under the easement. So those were the outstanding issues as far as I know of them. So we're recommending approval of the ordinance rezoning on second reading and also approval of the resolution approving the CDPUD on second reading.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Suzanne? If not, at this point, we'll turn it over to the applicant. You just identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Francis Kruzmanich, representing the Nichols Family Trust as their planner, and to my left is Allison Eastley as their land use attorney. We have a few issues. They're kind of clean up, but we'll see. And one of the original meetings with the Planning Commission, we had a recommendation from the County Historic Preservation person that basically she liked the older cabins that are falling into disrepair while they're basically frameworks laying on the ground. And then we have a cabin that was built much later, probably in the 30s or 40s maybe. It was, according to one of the Nichols family members, it was rechinked in the 50s or 60s by a local guy, and Susanna Reed said that she didn't really think that that had much value as a historic structure. We wanted to designate it as historic, but to do all of the background work and everything else, we were looking for an additional, we wanted to have that cabin as an additional residence, basically. That was recommended against by the Planning Commission. At that point, we made the statement that we wish to withdraw our request for historic designation. And that was noted by Suzanne, but then somehow we've become put on the historic inventory. We did not request being put on the historic inventory. And we think if it's not really historically valuable, that it should not be on the historic inventory. So we would like to remove all historic references from the resolution. It's in the first recital of the board approving the Conservation Development CDD plan. That's on page 6. And then on page 7, condition number 12, it also goes into the historic issue. But we think that given the staff's response to our request, it doesn't sound like it's that historic. We don't want to spend the money to verify that it is or isn't, and the county, it sounds like, isn't that interested. So
let me ask just to clarify that, because on page 7, when I read this under item number 12, it says the BOCC further finds that the historic resources are eligible for listing, but not for on a historic inventory, but not eligible for designation to the historic register. So it seems like the intent was not to put this on the inventory, so how would that have gone onto the inventory?
They're two different, if you remember with the historic program, they're two different levels. The inventory and then the register is kind of the higher level, and the register is the level at which we grant incentives. Most of the incentives are only available if you're on the register. The inventory, to a certain extent, is an acknowledgement that there is some historic resource there, but there aren't requirements associated with that, and there's also very limited incentive available with that. So it's kind of it's an acknowledgement of a resource. At this point, we've had a survey that was done on a lot of our historic resources, but those things have never been put on an inventory to be recognized in total. And so basically, as things come up, we try and go, well, we recognize that there's some historic value there. It's not to the point where we put it on the register. Somebody maybe someday wanted to do further research on it and see if it could be eligible for the register. Being on the inventory would be a first step to that. So, I mean, it is voluntary. Our whole historic program is, but it is a way for us to recognize that there is a resource there, and but it doesn't come with any restrictions necessarily associated with that, except that it could be a stepping stone if somebody was interested in the future with pursuing that, to be on the register and potentially pursue an incentive associated with that. So I think she wanted to recognize, for the most part, all of the other resources that happen to be falling down, that recognize that there is some value in that, but they're not value to the point where we'd want to put it on the register and put it into that realm.
So if it's voluntary, it seems like then it's up to the discretion of the applicant or landowner whether they actually would want it on the register. And if that's the case, then it seems like Suzanne sort of took a step that the applicant really did not want to see happen. I'm a little confused. It seems like we should honor, if it's voluntary, that's great. So if the landowner wishes to put it on the inventory, that's great. If they don't, then it shouldn't be listed.
Well, it's the recommendation from Susanna, from reviewing the resources and determining what level of value.
Oh, so it's just a recommendation.
It's a recommendation.
It's not actually on the list.
It was then what came through the P&Z agreed with the recommendation that they should not be eligible for the register, but that they should be placed at least on the inventory.
But again, I'm just trying to clarify. So it's a recommendation to be put on the inventory, but is it on the inventory?
No.
No.
It is not currently on the
All
inventory.
right, thank you.
We do not wish
Clarified
it
that.
to be.
Excuse me?
We do not wish it to be on.
Okay, I misunderstood the whole conversation. I'm sorry. I thought you said it was on the inventory.
No, we tried to withdraw, and for some
Okay.
reason, we didn't.
Rachel, then Rob.
Yeah, just to elaborate on the general concept, though, was everyone asked to voluntarily put themselves on the inventory, or it was an inventory of what resources are in the county to some extent?
I try and distinguish the language because it is so confusing. I try and call what was done in 1999 that we surveyed historic resources in the county. Those were never then taken as a group and placed on an inventory. So when we created the new system in 2006 in the code, I think the intention at some point in time was to go back to that survey and see what of those things we would like to put on the inventory and what may be eligible for the register, and knowing then that also people would be coming in individually with requests related to that. That step has never been taken. So all we have right now is something that surveyed properties that is not necessarily complete throughout the county, but it's what we have, at least to refer to initially when we know about historic resources. So then going from there, of sort of a more formal acknowledgement that there is an historic resources, putting it on the inventory, and then the register is taking it to that higher level.
Rob?
That answers my question.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Francis. Continue.
So all I was going to say was that, to add to that, the inventory's always been voluntary. The reason is the county didn't want to encourage people to tear stuff down because the county was going to come and put you on the inventory. So if you had an old barn or something and you were worried that you were going to be placed on the inventory, you'd go out and take care of it before it happened. So the county decided a long time ago that if you didn't want to be on the inventory, you weren't going to be. It was a completely voluntary thing. And that's where we're coming from, is we don't want to be on it, and we don't think those conditions should even be there. Okay, so that kind of segues into my next issue. We had some on page 8, the condition number 6, prior to submission of the site plan, for review. Let's see. There's two sections, Section A and Section B under Condition 6. And Section A says, amend activity envelope 2 to exclude the North Fork Road right-of-way and the 100-foot setback from the intermittent stream. This is at the historic area with all the cabins. The existing cabin is, let's see, a driveway and about 20 feet from this small stream. It's there because that was probably their water source at one time, so they could go next to it. Now we have a 100-foot setback. That wipes out all of the structures. The envelope was designed to keep all of those structures within the activity envelope as opposed to the rest of the conservation area. If we use that 100-foot setback to define that activity envelope, all of those existing structures will then be outside of the activity envelope. And then how do we deal with them? And then it says that the exclude the North Fork Road right-of-way. Well, it's a road right-of-way. We clearly can't do anything in that. It's not ours. It's just that the envelope goes on both sides of the road. We can easily take out the center of the envelope, but then that makes us have two envelopes rather than one, and it starts to get a little confusing again. I don't know what those conditions satisfy except to make it impossible in a way to do. How do you deal with the existing structures? Right now, if you have a structure within the setback, you're allowed to do certain things to it: maintenance, upkeep, expansion under certain limitations. And I don't see why the envelope, in the case of our one envelope, it's fine. We can avoid the 100 feet from the stream in activity envelope 1 because we have plenty of area outside it. But activity envelope 2 is uniquely situated so that it doesn't really make sense to exclude the stream or the right-of-way, because then you've just created multiple envelopes, and in fact all the development on the property in that section of the property is going to be outside of an activity envelope. So it just doesn't make any kind of sense to me why you would want to do that.
Okay, continue. Anything else?
The next page 9, and it's condition 9, and let's see, A is kind of the same thing. Establish a setback off of North Fork Road. The road has a right-of-way that establishes a setback. It's about a 20 or 30-foot wide road with a 60-foot right-of-way, so it's just a natural setback. The other thing is that I have a really constrained building envelope and activity envelope too, the same one with those historic structures. Again, that's a pretty small developable area when you actually look at it. And I don't think there's any need for additional setbacks from the road. In fact, I marked the P&Z. I don't know how that got interpreted that way. This is from Joanna Schaffner. There is no designated setback off of North Fork Road, and given the determination of front yard, which is where the road comes into the property, no setback will be required for future development. If a setback off of the road is desired, it should be approved through the PUD or achieved through the placement of the activity envelopes. So we placed our activity envelopes where we thought was the best place, and that's what we did. And I don't know, where she said there's not necessary to have a setback, all of a sudden it turned into a condition that says establish a setback. To me, the activity envelopes that we propose are consider setbacks. I don't think that's a necessary condition because it doesn't really do anything. Let's see. And Section B of that same condition says document any non-wildlife friendly fencing. Well, there is none, so there's nothing to document. We don't have any fencing. And then protection of as much of the meadows within the activity envelopes as practical. That's fine. And compliance with rural character guidelines, that's fine. That was it for me.
All right, Suzanne, you want to address some of those
Sure, I can
concerns?
respond to those. So the first ones, well, I think we've already talked about the inventory, so I won't go into that again. On condition 6A, about excluding the North Fork Road right-of-way, I mean, I guess my point there is that it's not their property, so they shouldn't be showing an envelope on the road right-of-way. So I don't see any problem with having envelopes on either side of the road. It just acknowledges that the road goes through there. So that's the point there. The 100-foot setback from the intermittent stream, I mean, obviously, the purpose is that any new development has to comply with that 100-foot setback. We could, do the activity envelope showing, including that area around the historic cabins, and specify that anything within that 100-foot setback is subject to the non-conforming provisions of the code.
That's fine with us too.
We could do it that way, rather than. But we'd want to make sure that that 100-foot setback is shown on the activity, within the envelope, and then make it clear what's within that and what's outside of that, and we can tweak that to accommodate that.
And then that would then prevent any additional building onto that area or additions?
Right. So any new development, obviously new house, new structures that are going to be built have to be outside of that. The non-conforming provision deals with if they are, doing any work on that existing cabins, if there is any expansion. There's a very limited amount that the code allows within that 100-foot setback. So anyway, that would be accommodated, but it would be reviewed through that non-conforming provision of the code.
Okay.
But I think we can deal with it that way.
Isn't there also a provision for a variance on that setback if they're historic structures, and you can place another structure within that setback?
Our new provision, we just did that. It is pretty limited, so I mean, I think the intention here. Well, they don't want to be on the inventory on the register. So we're not. If we're not talking about historic right, then that would not be an incentive available to them. So in this case, everything right. If they were on the register, that is the new incentive that was recently approved that would allow us to vary that stream setback. So yes, you're correct. Okay, so that's that issue. And then on the next page. I think establishing the setback off of North Fork Road, Joanna's point is that, again, the way we're looking at front, it won't be a front yard setback off of the side of the road. I don't think anybody's wanting a building to be built right next to the North Fork Road, but there's nothing in the code that is requiring a setback off of the road. So basically, all we're asking is that when you come in for site plan review, you're basically addressing how you were setting back from North Fork Road. I think it's just basically flagging that as an issue, and maybe it could be better, written or more specifically written. Obviously, the envelope extends all the way to the road, but I think we're looking for there to be some setback off of that based on once they get around to site planning. So that's what that's intended to address. And then the non-wildlife friendly fencing is something that's sort of standard. If there is none, that's fine.
Okay, questions for Francis or Suzanne? Rachel?
Well, this may be for others in the audience to answer, but I am wondering, what is the status of the agreements with the neighbors?
Because that was really the reason why we did continue this to today's date, to see whether we have that agreement for us to be able to move forward. So that is sort of the critical decision point here. So, Allison, would you like to address that?
Sure. I have a few substantive things for you all, and I'm happy to set those aside and visit the neighbor group issues now. The neighbor group and me, principally, the rest of my team, have met back and forth in person, exchanged multiple emails, lots of phone conversations, and ultimately have, in substance, agreed. I would say we're 99% of the way there. I wasn't aware that we were 1% of the way off until about a half an hour before coming to the meeting today. But we have come up with a release agreement regarding prescriptive easement claims and deeded rights for recreation and access. That's here. We've come up with an access agreement, and that access agreement allows access across the North Fork Loop and the North Fork Spur, such that every lot owner would have access, and would even have emergency access across the road over the crest of the dam. And we've provided a separate driveway access for a particular lot owner who wasn't served directly by the roads. So we've gotten that covered. We've also agreed to provide within this access easement an easement allowing for the existing telephone utilities. And we've come up with a recreational use agreement, which I won't bore you with, but allows for multiple recreational uses across the property. And we've worked with a surveyor to develop, I won't bore you with it, but 5 pages that will be attached to the recorded documents to memorialize the understanding of the parties. I'll let the neighbor group or members from the group illustrate any existing problems, but what I see here is we've come very, very far. I believe we're ready to execute, maybe except for one party. And at this point, because our land use approvals have been tied to execution of the agreements, and because there is always this potential for fracture within a group of 14 people, we are seeing an instance of being held hostage in a sense and asked to give a little bit more on on particular substantive issues. And it's something we've been working with and happy to accommodate to an extent, but we're getting to a point where it becomes difficult. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but also let members of the neighbor group address their issues.
Okay, but then you said you also had some other substantive issues?
The 1%?
Oh, no, was that it?
There are other issues on
Other issues on the...
Oh, sure. So...
Take all our stuff and then open it up to the public.
Oh, okay. Let's see, let me organize my thoughts. I have 2 substantive comments on the conservation easement and then 1 procedural comment. The substantive comment, the first, is with respect to the Himalayan Reservoir and associated facilities. It's been requested and recommended by Paul Holsinger and the board from the last meeting to include the reservoir within the conservation easement. And I've spoken with Martha Cochran over at the Aspen Valley Land Trust just to get a sense of how things work over there. And I get the sense that that's a fair request, and so we're happy to include it. But I would ask that somewhere in the resolution, and if not in the resolution, in the actual conservation easement itself, it be reflected that there are other jurisdictional authorities, such as the Division of Dam Safety or the Division of Water Resources or the Water Rights Administration System, that should have no impediment in exercising its authority, requiring certain changes be made. And that was the original underlying issue for us in keeping that facility excluded. But so long as that is recognized, we don't see any problem there. And then the other substantive comment has to do with the activity envelopes. And I may have misunderstood the level of opposition to excluding the activity envelopes. If they are to be excluded, I'm wasting everyone's time. But if the jury's out on that issue, I brought the easement, and I'm happy to pass it around. You've seen it before. And just wanted to highlight architecturally how the easement, it will be difficult to operate if the activity envelopes are included, but then certain things are allowed. We have a list of prohibited uses on the entire property that would be encumbered by the conservation easement, and those prohibited uses are very straightforward, and that's easy to maneuver around. Things like no fences, no paving, things of that nature. But then there's also, and this is true with most conservation easements, broader, more ambiguous, fluffy language, which is important to include, but makes it difficult to interpret, that the holder of the easement has the right to preserve and protect the conservation values of the property. Conservation values in turn are defined as natural, scenic, and open space values. The holder of the easement has the right to prevent any activity on or use of the property that is inconsistent with the purpose of the easement. And ultimately, there's others, I won't bore you with it, but because this is a perpetual encumbrance of over 300 acres of land, it can be interpreted differently down the road, and to encumber the property of which there are activity envelopes, it creates a lot of uncertainty for a property owner. And to the extent that issue still matters, I was hoping to clarify and happy to answer any questions there. And finally, on the procedural question for the conservation easement, we noted in, let's see, the condition to the resolution, page 9. It starts on page 7 or 8 and goes to page 9. This is condition 7. The conservation easement is meant to be approved and recorded within 180 days of approval. It is fine to us. The procedural problem that we have, and maybe if we get some clarification we don't have a problem, is who is responsible for reviewing it and providing overall acceptance. The language refers to the county attorney, the Community Development Department, the Open Space and Trails Board, Board of County Commissioners, and ultimately what we see is a potential problem of order of operations and also a problem of timing, because it takes a while to get through even just ping-ponging between one department and the applicant. And with a lot of different departments and levels of authority, we're anticipating this could be an issue. And that is all that I have at the moment.
All right, thank you. So maybe I'll ask our attorney to comment on these issues. The first one was regarding the reservoir and the dam. Just to note that there are other divisional authorities not to exclude them.
I think that's wholly appropriate. We want to have the state to be able to get up in there and investigate and inspect. We want to have the appropriate state agency to issue the appropriate order if such is ever needed, and with the operation of the facility, and if there's ever any need for maintenance or work and associated with keeping the dam in a safe condition, we want that to happen as well. So I don't see that as an issue.
Okay, so
Can I just ask a question? Just so with that, that seems like that language would be appropriately included in the conservation easement. Is there any necessity to add anything at this point to the resolution on that? Okay.
I would not.
Okay. All right, so that's easy. The next was, just in terms of the conservation easement, and of course, we've done many of these, and we've had to deal with how that may impact or encumber activity envelopes.
Well, I wouldn't agree that the language is fluff. It's really effective. I can appreciate a degree of sensitivity for the particular property owner involved, but I mean, to be honest, we have done this scores of times, and to call out particularly what the development ability is would simply allow it to proceed apace. There would not be any increased intrusion or loss of privacy for the developed portion of the property when that ultimately happens, simply because inspections related to the conservation easement are done with notice anyway, and would relate only to a confirmation that something hasn't been built or done in violation of the conservation easement. Like I said, I can appreciate the sensitivity of the property owner, but I guess I would point to the fact that we've done it so often and have not experienced any difficulty or problems or any negative feedback from any of the property owners involved who have subsequently developed their property consistent with the terms of the Conservation Easement Act. Our recollection, our experience is contrary, I guess, to the fear of your client.
Okay, and then the last is just in terms of process. Again, we've done this dance before as well, and when we need to move things forward quickly, we have the ability to do that. But we know that when we don't set these parameters, sometimes it puts the county at risk.
Well, and I could appreciate, again, the applicant's desire to have a focus point, and I think that's reasonable to have a particular point of contact. And you can use myself or Suzanne, and maybe it's easier to use me, and that's fine. And I can coordinate with all the other folks that are going to have comments and review the document.
Okay, thank you. Allison, you have a question or want to respond?
Yes, please. I completely appreciate what you're saying and wonder if we're saying the same thing. I spoke with Martha Cochran about this activity envelope issue, and as a side note, the trust does have a sincere interest in this property, not that we would pursue it, but she indicated that the activity envelopes are included usually under the land trust mechanisms, but that there's essentially a complete carve-out. So they're included, but they're excluded because all zoning and whatever other laws allow whatever uses, the conservation doesn't preclude. And I'm wondering if that's, so is that what you're...
Well, with that refinement, it seems as if we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
So,
well, and I'm fine with that. I think we all are on my team if it's clear that the fluffy language, I do understand it's substantive, that the language that is more ambiguous is not meant to constrain what would otherwise be allowed.
It wouldn't constrain, I would say, simply because the specific language having to do with the development will outline particularly what the development will be and what is permitted. So I think quite sincerely there won't be a problem going forward with the development of the property.
We can probably add a little language to that effect just to ease their concerns, just as you stated.
My sincerity? Or?
No, not that part of the statement.
Right, though.
The part about the building envelope not being, we can add that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. That's it for your issues, so we're down to not the 7% solution, but the 1% solution.
Can I just throw in one thing on the 180 days? I mean, we just try and establish some deadline. We have in the past, we can throw in language that says we could obviously extend that for good cause, by staff. If they have not yet made it through that full process with open space and the BOCC, obviously we're not going to rain terror on them because they haven't recorded their documents yet. So maybe that's the appropriate way to deal with that, is just to provide a little more language there.
That'd be great.
So I am sensitive to Allison's comment in terms of you've got to deal with a collection of owners and to get them all in agreement may or may not actually be feasible. But I wanted to sort of hear, is there a representative from that 1% that has an issue? If you just identify yourself, I'll recognize you.
Yeah, Fred Smith, and I own property on the lake in the North Fork Valley. First, I want to say we really appreciate the fact that the board has provided this additional time through continuation of these public hearings for us to be able to look through the enormous amount of issues that are related to not just the access and the recreational uses of the property, but also the replacement and extinguishment of rights that we already have. And so it has been a complicated situation because there's this release that is contemplating an entirely new situation here that you all have been discussing. I also want to thank Allison and Francis for all their hard work throughout this process and dealing with all of the neighbors and all of our comments and all of our issues. We have been very concentrated on making sure that these agreements will work for us not just tomorrow, but in perpetuity. And the fact that we all believe that our families will follow us in ownership there in the North Fork, that makes it all more important that they're correct. But I can say that at this point, the neighbors group is satisfied that the documents that Allison has presented here today for the record, those 5 pages of surveys, and the release document, the access document, and the access document, release document, and the recreational document are fundamentally acceptable, and with only some minor word changes and some additional fluff, we're going to find ourselves being able to sign these agreements in the very near future. Therefore, at this point, we would certainly support this application as it's been represented to you all, and we see no reason for our issues to be an impediment to you proceeding to vote approval on the land use portion of this application. And we look forward very much to continuing to be a participant in the process as the conservation easement is reviewed by the other entities and staff and county attorney. And it works its way through the process as well because we have such a collective interest in what will continue to go on in the North Fork Valley.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'll continue and open this up officially for the public. I see a hand in the back. Can you just identify yourself, please?
Yes, I was the 1%, and...
your name, please?
Suzanne Green, and we only received the last draft about 2 or 3 hours ago, and there was a wording in one paragraph that I was concerned about that they said that they would address, and that is the problem. And it was in the access agreement. It has nothing to do with the recreational or the release. And so they said they are going to address that issue that I had a concern about, and I'm sure that they will. And so I'm hoping that everything goes smoothly, but we don't want to encumber the BOCC with this because they have, in good faith, told us that they would address that, and I'm satisfied with how they said that they would address it.
Thank you. And just to ask Fred, is that the same sort of some of the wording?
Yes, yeah. We stumbled over one word and just what the definition of it means. Again, in this perpetuity question, and I should point out that absent, what are very good comments from Suzanne. My comments represent the 12 or 13 other lot owners, including the one that has the deeded recreational rights, the Tommy Stewart lot. So all those other ones are basically in concert with what I suggested here.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
George, I know you've been kind of keeping track. Are there specific language or amendment changes we need to include in the motion for Suzanne from this discussion?
Would you like me to walk through what I've got?
Yeah, there were just these 3 or 4 points that Allison had discussed.
Well, I think actually, I guess if I start walking through on what's page 7 on the bottom of the resolution, but the question about being on the inventory, if you wanted to, I guess that is maybe an outstanding question at this point.
Well, for me, if it's voluntary, if the applicant doesn't wish to have it on the inventory at this point, I would leave that out. I mean,
I can only agree.
So then we'd be eliminating recital number 12.
And it might be referred in the introductory paragraph at the top.
Paragraph 1 in the recitals. The
That's just
second
as
to
part of
last.
your request.
Second to last sentence there.
So yeah, we could just
Just say
eliminate that.
and to designate.
Well, that was what, I guess that was what was proposed. I mean, I can go back and clean
That's
that
just
up.
the
I think,
memo, right? that you're looking
yeah, it
for?
is in the first paragraph of the, because the part of the application did request listing. So I guess it may be appropriate to say not eligible for designation to the register and leave it at that. And then there's no mention of listing on the inventory or anything like that. So if we leave that they asked for it, we determined that it was not appropriate to list, to designate to the register, and then that's the end of that discussion.
Okay, everyone seems to be in agreement.
So then the first now therefore be it resolved would be stricken? Struck? Strike it. Okay, then condition 6A, where we talked amend activity envelope 2, I think it would continue to say to exclude the North Fork Road right-of-way. And then I would add new language regarding how the envelope would designate what's within the 100-foot setback off of the intermittent stream and what's without. So I would change that language to make sure that that's reflected on the activity envelope plan.
Okay.
Number 7, documents shall be recorded within 180 days of the date of this approval, which may be extended by the community development director for good cause, or whatever the appropriate language is there. Under the conservation easement, so 7A there, I think the only clarification, are we now including the envelopes?
Are we?
Including or excluding?
Well, it seemed to me like we tackled this way, but accomplished the same thing, which was to exclude it, but to add language that they were only allowed to do what was current in the code today. Because the one point that wasn't brought up was we were concerned about changes in the code going forward, and that, all right, so if we exclude the activity envelopes and the code changes to allow more development there, then we're not protected, as opposed to including it in the conservation easement and stating what they're allowed to do, which would be what's in the code today. So we accomplished the same. My understanding is we kind of came to an agreement among our board. I could be wrong. I have to go back to the exact language, maybe not the minutes of our last meeting, but that we accomplished that by excluding the activity envelopes, but including some sort of language to say that the code today is the limit to what they're allowed to build. Therefore, if the code ever changes, they're still restricted to the requirements today.
Put the uses in there.
That's my understanding how we tackled that problem, but
No one's shaking his head.
and why it was worded this way in the new resolution, because the old resolution included them in the conservation easement.
My impression was the other way around.
Well, from the last meeting, I think we've continued to flip-flop on it. I mean, from what you were saying earlier, would be the opposite. Would be
Yeah.
including them in the
But I
conservation
think this is what we
easement.
said in the last meeting.
This is what you said at the last meeting. What John is saying that he thinks accomplishes the same thing, and then is also, I think, the preference of open space and trails is to include them with the specificity about what is allowed within those activity envelopes.
Yeah, and that's the language we were going to add, besides being sincere.
That was my impression, but, I mean, the decision ultimately is with the board, of course.
Right, but I think I agree, and I think the applicants have agreed to that.
I think if I understand and if everyone understands that it accomplishes the same result, it's just two different means of doing it, then we understand each other. And hopefully hopefully we understand each other.
Well, there's not enough attorneys in the room.
I'm confused.
So are you saying as the applicant, you don't care which one we do, one or the other?
As long as everyone thinks that they accomplish the same result, because that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, well,
And we list the uses, so I think that's an important.
we'll leave that up for wording for...
Listing the uses and inclusion of the envelopes. Without inclusion of the envelopes, then the reference as to what takes place there is not
It's more
an
meaningless.
instrument that is recorded against those envelopes. So by including them and then specifying what is allowed, then it is an instrument that's recorded against where the development will take place, the envelopes.
That's how I'd like to proceed on that question.
I don't think it makes a difference.
All right, well, let's not beat the dead horse then.
I was just going to say that, the language of the CDPUD makes it sound like the activity envelopes are left outside of the conservation easement. Because if you read it, that's the way it reads. Our own conservation easement, all the specifications about what is allowed to be built is included in the conservation easement. It's spelled out, we're protected, no matter what changes could be made on the land use code and all sorts of things, but it's written down in the conservation easement what we're allowed to do, and the same, you would have that same protection, I know. It just has to be specified real clearly in the conservation easement. Conversely, if we leave it just in the CDPUD language, we have to specify real clearly, like Rob was pointing out, that what exactly is allowed and that it's what we're approving today and not what some future land use code change might allow. Twice as big of a house or some, who knows what comes in the future. But I think our idea is we're deciding now how what will be allowed in the future in perpetuity. And so as long as you're comfortable with one way or the other, that's an important part of it.
So, are you clear, Suzanne?
I think so. Include them.
Include them. Include them
It's the short version, and obviously, again, the conservation easement is where all of this will be fleshed out.
Be detailed out. Yeah.
Right. So,
okay, great.
So continuing in condition 7A, I can't remember if I got there or not, but I'm just clarifying that when the conservation easement is submitted for review, it's submitted to the county attorney, and I would say the Open Space and Trails Land Officer, because it's actually Paul who will bring the conservation easement to the Open Space Board and then the BOCC for acceptance. So I think that would clarify. At that point, they may have me look at it as a referral to flip since I've been involved with this, but at that point, the easement is in their hands to bring through the process. Okay, I think that was it on that one. 9A, about establishing the setback off of North Fork Road. If you want, I can just sort of maybe clarify that language is that we're looking for them as part of the site plan to show that development, that whatever they're proposing will establish that setback, but I think the assumption is that it won't be smack up next to the road. That won't be my technical language, I guess.
Could we add just through the site plan review process?
Well, that's what this condition is, what we're asking for you to submit at site plan review. So we're basically saying at that time, we're going to establish that setback. So obviously, you're going to propose something, and then we'll work on it through that process. So the language may be fine as is. And then 9B would be eliminated regarding the fencing. I think those were the only changes.
I'm not sure why 9B should be eliminated. It's just a
It's
document.
not there, we don't have to document it.
Wait a second.
Is that right?
If it's a document that you're just going to submit saying we don't have any, at least it's following our procedure. And I don't think is it hard for you to document that there is no fencing on the property?
Well, yeah. How do you document the non-existence?
You write a letter and say there isn't any fencing on the property. But my point is that this is the procedure that we follow. Why not follow it? And all he's got to do is provide a letter saying that there is no because I don't know, I haven't been to the back areas of that property where there may be a fence, and I'd like a documentation that is our normal procedure. Just seems to me it's our normal procedure. and
It may have been addressed.
It's easy for you to comply with it.
It may have been addressed in the, what's the report?
Existing conditions.
Well, in the report that was, the baseline report, that's the word I'm looking for, the baseline report for the conservation easement. Since they already have that, it may very well be addressed there, but that's legitimate to...
I mean, I don't know how the board feels about that, but that's my opinion.
Okay. Okay, so I think that was it
Okay.
that I had.
Okay. And all material representations made in the meeting are valid, of course, and incorporated by reference. And the last question I had was, again, I thought I saw it somewhere in all this reading, that the neighborhood agreements had to be recorded by a certain date, or at the same time of the as a conservation easement, or, you know.
It's at the end of 7A.
I knew it was in there.
And it's prior to submission of the conservation easement for review and acceptance.
Okay, so as long as we have a deadline on finishing up those negotiations and acceptance.
Rob?
Did we include the language of the dam that there are other parties that may have jurisdiction over the dam?
I think the decision there was that would be addressed in
In the
detail in the conservation easement.
Yeah. Steve?
One question that was brought up early on, and I haven't heard it discussed, had to do with the maintenance of the dam and who would pay for that. And I don't know if that's, I didn't notice that in the agreement, but is that in the?
Well, that was
agreement?
another rationale for our original idea of keeping those excluded, because maintenance costs and obligations would still run with the ownership of the land. And that's the way that we feel comfortable proceeding, so long as there's no issue with encumbering those facilities, but maintenance obligations and responsibilities running to the property owner, and not being frustrated by the notice periods and the procedures that normally have to be in place for disturbing land and creating a muck up there.
You okay with that?
Totally.
Totally. Okay.
Is that in the resolution as a condition?
It will be in the conservation easement.
The only condition in the resolution is, as it's written, that it's basically that those facilities would not be excluded from the easement.
Okay. Okay, I think, yes.
Would you accept a motion?
Yes.
I would move to approve the Nichols Family Trust rezoning to CD PUD on second reading. Take these one at a time.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion?
As amended.
As amended, thank you.
Actually, the ordinance.
That's what I was thinking, is the second one is where all the amendments were.
There's an ordinance and a resolution.
After doing a resolution.
And public hearing, just because
No,
all we did was...
we've already done that. I've opened, I closed it, Rob.
You just asked if the participants of the neighbors
No,
would
no,
like that.
I've opened and closed it. Steve?
Are there any amendments to the rezoning part? I don't think there were.
No.
So you don't have to say as amended on it.
Okay, we got a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next, I would accept a motion for the Nicholas Family Trust CD PUD Plan Review GMQS Exemption Activity Envelope Review as amended.
Second, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Rachel?
You know, I really want to compliment the applicant for working with the neighbors, and the neighbors for, you know, protecting their legitimate concerns and engaging this in a very civil manner. I think this is going to be a good outcome up in the area. And I just really wanted to note, because we had a previous discussion on TDRs, that this is an application that will include 7 TDRs. And they are being issued at a rate of approximately, or 1 per 20 acres per the code. And the last one we had looked at was 2 for 37 acres, so certainly some difference there. But in the conservation code here, we're seeing a very similar TDR allotment.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And again, I think that's a discussion I've asked staff to bring back to us at a work session to look at these issues. But I also want to echo Rachel's comments. I think this is really a good example of neighbors working with the applicant to move a good proposal forward for the benefit of all, rather than getting into lawsuits and all other issues. So it's a great model, and I thank all of you for working so hard in terms of getting to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we've got a motion, a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Or need a short break, or we want to move forward?
Maybe after the next one.
After the next one, okay?
I'll redline the reso and email it. And look at it before I send it through.
Thank you.
Francis?
Yeah.
Do you want some of this paperwork? Whole packets? Otherwise,
I'll take it. You never know.
you never know.
If not, I'll take the basalt.
Yeah, all right, great, thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next land use public hearing item, and that's the Cozy Point Ranch designation to historic register. And again, Suzanne Wolf is going to present this.
Suzanne Schmidt, you guys can both come up. Or whoever wants to come up. Okay. So this is an application from the city of Aspen, and Stephen Elsperman and Sarah Shaw are here for the city. And they're asking to designate the Red Barn at Cozy Point Ranch to the historic register. So if you go on the site plan behind you, actually, I guess it's easier if I point with this if it's working again. So here's the highway, Juniper Hill Road coming around here. There's obviously the big barn. The historic barn is right here. And we'll also reference the two cabins. Employee house number 1 is right here, and then employee house number 2 is right here. So they're right in here. Well, John Peacock was at the trash cleanup last week. We all had lunch right there last week, so we got a good look at after we picked up trash on the highway. So the applicant is just requesting to designate to the register. They're not requesting any incentives. They're actually looking to, they're working on a historic structure assessment of the barn, which is a step on their way to looking to pursue some grant funding to make some improvements to that barn. So I guess through the state process or whatever other grant funding processes, that's a step they need to take, and they need to have the local designation to the register as an important piece of that. But they're not looking for any incentives, which is nice. Refreshing. Anyway, so I think you're all familiar with the property. This barn was erected on or about 1930. The applicant provided some detailed information in the in your packet. I also included that inventory piece that we were discussing in the Nichols application before, the inventory that was prepared in 1999 that does give us some basis for the historic value on the property. Susanna Reed has obviously reviewed this. She was not available to be here today, so but just I think her comments speak for themselves. She, notes that this is one of only a handful of this type of large barn that remains in the valley. It has great integrity. It hasn't really been altered very much, and so she definitely feels that it's definitely appropriate to designate this to the register. She does note that the two cabins that appear to have been built about 1900 have been altered over time, and she would not consider them eligible for designation to the register. But similar to our last conversation, she recommended that those be listed on the historic inventory. And that, I think as we discussed, from her perspective, it's a way of acknowledging that these are cabins that were built in 1900. They have been substantially altered over time. If they do come in at some point to do something with them, if they did want to bring them back to more of their historic nature, she would obviously be able to work with them, and potentially they could also be added to the register in the future. If not, again, there is always that voluntary aspect, even if you're on the inventory, of what may happen with those in the future. But at least does sort of put it out there that there are resources there, and we'll see how that goes in the future. So we have recommended that. We are recommending that the barn be designated to the register and that the two frame houses be listed on the inventory. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Suzanne? Michael?
Although they're not asking for incentives now, that doesn't preclude them from asking for incentives in the future, right?
No. It would come back through the process.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah. Very familiar with the property, and think the city parks and open space and their lessor do a good job with this property. And so I certainly can see moving the historic barn onto the inventory and register. But what kind of concerns me a little is that it's not the affordable housing, but or employee housing. It's the office buildings that were the original cabins over in the East End, and they were moved to this site as an agreement for the historic preservation with the city at that time, allowing them to be moved off-site rather than, and the site redeveloped and moved here. And I'm just kind of wondering what type of ongoing protection do they have? One of them is the storage building, and there's others, and it seemed that they were moved there. It's not the historic location of those cabins, but it certainly fits in the kind of bunkhouse and theme of a ranch compound. So it's nothing that would prevent me from wanting to move at least the barn forward, but we've been trying to get the whole compound, when someone gets say a single-family home, not to designate, okay, we're going to designate the potato barn, the chicken coop, and we'll get one thing, but we're not going to designate the other buildings that are equally historic and significant to the feel and the amenities surrounding the historic structure. So that's the only part that troubles me a little bit, is that we're not looking at the whole compound. Normally, there's a certain amount of review of new structures that will occur because the compound itself has protection, not just one building, and so we don't care about how anything else interfaces or reacts or complements or detracts from the historic resource.
Well, once you're designated the register, I mean, you're correct. Any new development will look at where it's going to go and does it have any impact on the historic resource. Specific to your question about the cabins that were moved, I don't think the county has any restriction on those related to their historic nature. And it was not anything Susanna mentioned. The only limitations there were on that when they were moved were basically concerns from Brush Creek, neighborhood, in terms of how they would be used. Mm-hmm. And I think they did not want more employee housing, them to be used as employee housing, I think was the big issue at the time. So that's why one is functioning as a storage building and one is the office. But I don't recall anything specific in terms of any restriction.
Or whether the city put restrictions on it when they allowed
Right.
it to move.
I think the city's, big issue, they wanted to save them somehow, but I don't know, once they landed here, I don't think there's anything that.
You're right.
Okay.
But in light of that, there's 3 structures that were moved there. None of them were designated historic by the city of Aspen. That was a mechanism to save them because they had some perceived value as have some historic architecture and some historic structure. So 2 of those structures have been completely refurbished and protected, and one acts as a central meeting area and clubhouse and sort of ranch area for the summer camp operations. They move out there, and we've gone through quite a bit of expense to preserve those. The other one is this office for the ranch, and that also went through quite a bit of infrastructure and remodeling and meeting the current code. So those are, we've got a lot of investment in those structures, so I don't think that those are in danger of disappearing. The third one, likewise, we'd like to do that as well when the financial resources are available to do that one that's sort of a storage area. But there is no protection afforded those by the city.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions for Suzanne? Stephen, as an applicant, you would like to make any comments? Or?
I would like just to say that the reason why we're bringing in the barn in now and not with a larger, greater master plan, which we intend to do, and we've been directed to by our Open Space and Trails Board, is that there's some funding available right now to do some restoration on the structure. And so we need to get this designation moving so we can take advantage of that. And besides that, I don't have anything else. Thanks for listening to the application.
Any questions for Stephen? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make any comments on this? No. We'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Steve?
What is the historic barn used for at this point?
It's used for a couple different items. It has an agricultural use. It serves as a tack room and a tack storage area. So a lot of the summer camp activities that occur there with the children's horse riding and equestrian uses use that. They also use it as a headquarters for the actual summer camp itself. And then there's also some miscellaneous agricultural storage in the top portions that are utilized as well. So it has a lot of really important agricultural uses. It's not a barn that's just there for looks. It also has a lot of function.
Or all the original stalls, whatever they had percherons at one time there on the ranch. And were there quite a few horse stalls? Was there any? I don't know. Were there any milking stanchions or anything at one time?
There's definitely stalls in there, and there are also some stanchions in there as well. There's also a lot of the hay storage infrastructure as well. To what degree those are historic or not, or what we've just received a grant for from the state of Colorado to do this assessment to understand which of those are most historic and which are part of that fabric of the barn.
Okay.
Rachel, your hand up.
Would you accept a motion, George?
Yes.
I would make a motion to approve the Cozy Point Ranch designation to the Pickens County Historic Register.
I'll second that.
Second, any further board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Great, thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we need a short break? We want to push through.
I'd like to take at least 5 minutes.
Okay, let's take a short 10-minute break, and now we give time for the applicant to set up. Great, thank you. Okay, next on our land use public hearings is the GSS Properties LLC site plan review for driveway. And again, Suzanne Wolf is on.
I'm back. This one looks like you might want to bring the lights down to
Okay.
see the aerial. The others might be clear enough.
Which light was that?
Wow.
Maybe one of the switches is also
Oh,
the
it's one of those switches. That's weird. Well, put something back on.
There we go.
Oh, it's one of those.
That's never happened
That's
before.
never happened.
Where'd it go?
We just thought you broke it, George.
Let's see what
First I've ever seen that.
Okay, turn it back up.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, is there
I know what's
something?
happening.
It's plugged into the wrong.
I turned this light off. There you go.
Ah, okay.
There we're set.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, hopefully the other maps don't have the aerial underneath them, so they might be easier to see. But let me get my bearings here. So the property we're discussing is the GSS, what is it? GSS Properties LLC is in here. Here's Woody Creek Road coming up. The Craig Ranch starts over in here. If you all remember, we did an activity envelope for this. Was that last year or 2 years ago? And there's an envelope that's been approved on the mesa, and there was a problem with getting a driveway from the road up to the mesa because this is very steep. And there's a gully over here. I'm assuming some of you were on the site visit we went on. But at the time, there were 6 different alternatives shown for the driveway that we walked through, and ended up with, after a denial because of the steep slopes that it had to cross, approving an envelope for an alignment for a driveway that comes up the steep slope. So that's the application that's in front of you, is the site plan review with the detail on that driveway. But that was just intended to get your bearings a little bit. Let's see, so here's that activity envelope plan. Actually, maybe I'll turn that light up. Maybe just bring the lights up. I think these, without the aerial underneath, you might see better.
Yeah.
There we go. So again, here's Woody Creek Road, the activity envelope that's been approved, that's below the ditch, and here's that envelope for the driveway coming up. It intersects right across from the first crossing where the Craig driveway comes off here. It comes off right across from there. So then this gives you a little bit more detail on that driveway. And you can start to see in there some of the heights of the retaining walls, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'll just run through all of these now, and then if you want to come back to any of them, you obviously can. This provides you with some of the cross-sections of areas. Obviously, given the steep slope we've got there, everyone knew that this was going to be a difficult driveway to build, and it would be difficult to try and make it to minimize the impact visually from Woody Creek Road. Everyone knew it was going to be a big visual impact, and the challenge was to figure out how best to approach that. So that just shows you some of the cross sections. And then, this is the one maybe I'll just leave up, I think. It's just that shows you that lower portion of the driveway. As you can see, down at this lower end, these are retaining walls you're seeing, 1, 2, and 3. You can see at the very lower end, they've just got 2 retaining walls. As you get farther in, as you're making that turn, it goes into 3 retaining walls and continues on up. As you get farther up the driveway, there is a retaining wall on the lower side of the driveway that then continues up. That retaining wall is approximately 7 feet in height throughout the whole and is really obscured by the existing vegetation on this hillside. So that isn't so much of an issue, obviously, as what you're going to see as you're approaching this intersection from both sides. And I guess just to speak a little bit to some of the alternatives that were looked at, one of the main concerns was obviously the wildlife use of the gully over here that was to be avoided, and also concerns about the sight lines on Woody Creek Road. If you recall, as you come in here, there's kind of a squiggle in the road. It gets very narrow as it continues around, and the sight lines get worse the farther down or up the road you go. So that was how it was sort of related to the placement of this intersection. And then once it climbs up, the road is able to get on a bench, sort of where there's an old ditch that runs through there and follows that. But I think everyone knew that there would be a significant visual impact associated with this. And again, the challenge was to figure out the best way to do that, to address that. So that's what is in the application that's in front of you. I'll note this, the Woody Creek Caucus District Planning Commission did support the application. Their comments were attached. In terms of, I think, how the applicant, they can speak to it in more detail, but as they looked at trying to design this to minimize or to reduce its visual impact in spite of its visually obvious location, extensive earthwork, and tall retaining walls. The only way to put a driveway in here is to have a big cut in the hillside here. So the idea here that they worked on was trying to provide tiers of retaining walls. And as you can see, they've provided the widest planting area on this lower portion of the retaining walls, because as you're coming from this direction, there'll be some cottonwoods planted here. Those will provide some screening of the wall. But by having this wide planting area between the first and second walls, that provides screening of these the walls as they continue up. Also, I think part of the design was trying to limit it to 2 retaining walls down in here, so you're not, you're seeing less of that expanse of the walls as you're right at the entrance to the driveway. And they've put the tallest portions, again, if we go back to some of those cross sections, the tallest portions when you add together, I think what's the tallest when you add together the 3 retaining walls? 34. Aren't right here at the entrance where it's most visible. They're farther up the driveway. So they've really tried to work with the heights of the retaining walls and where they're sited in order to try and reduce that visual impact. So we, feel that the applicant has done a good job here of addressing the concerns that were anticipated during the activity envelope review. By doing those tiered walls, the planting areas, they've varied the wall heights. There's a lot of discussion about the materials they've proposed. We could actually put that up too. Some examples that they've used in terms of how they envision this looking and the materials they would use on the outside of the walls. So we feel that they've addressed those concerns that were raised during that activity envelope review. Let's see if there's anything else. Actually, I think I'll just stop there. So we've recommended approval, again, finding that it is consistent with what had been discussed at activity envelope, that they've done sort of the best job possible to address those concerns and reduce the visual impact of something that everyone knew was going to be a considerable impact and change in the character along there, that they've done sort of the best job possible to work with that. So happy to.
Well, Suzanne, it looks like it's going to be fairly extensive landscaping all the way along there. And you talked about an old ditch. Where are they going to get the water to irrigate it? And how are they going? I noticed you said there will be an irrigation system put in, but they've got adequate water rights to do that.
They have. I mean, Jim maybe can answer better, but they have water rights from the ditch, is my understanding. And maybe you want to.
We've got water rights from Salvation Ditch, which is up above, and then we have a 35-acre exempt well permit that would allow up to 3 acres of irrigation. So either of those 2 options.
And for the record, you are?
Jim Curtis, representing the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Suzanne? Well, we could hold them and come back. Jim, do you want to give a presentation or anything else to add?
Just very quickly, Jim Curtis, representing the applicant. Then Jody Shoberlin has also been working with me on this. The only thing I can say is we've tried to make this as good as possible when there's no good solution out there. We completely acknowledge that. And that was the discussion back in the takings hearing in 2011. The one thing I would like to update the board on, at the suggestion of the commissioners back in 2011, the property owners did submit a proposal to the Open Space and Trails Board in December of 2011 to see if the open space would have any interest in purchasing the property for open space. And they made the property owners did make an offer at what I would think was a significantly discounted price. And the Open Space Board correctly or respectfully declined that offer, and I completely understand why. But we did make that effort, and then once that offer was declined in March of 2012, we proceeded with the site planning of what you see today. Once again, understanding there's no good solution here. There's going to be a lot of dirt being moved, and we try to make a PIG look as nice as possible. And the only technical thing I would like to say is we would like to increase the width of the driveway from 14 feet to 16 feet, and that additional width of 2 feet would be on the downhill side or the down road side, so it will not impact any of the heights of the upper retaining walls. We just think that would be a safer situation and better for the fire department. So, thank you, George.
Just one clarification. I think is it 16 to 18? I think that's what you would.
14.
16 is the standard
Yeah,
today, so I think in your email
16
you
to
had said,
18.
okay, yeah,
16
just to clarify,
to
so
18.
it would be an 18-foot width.
Yeah, thank
Again,
you.
that's going to be on the downhill side.
Yeah.
All the way up?
Yes.
Rob?
Yeah, is that reflected in this? I don't,
Not in that drawing you see up there.
but in all this schematics that we have. I mean,
No,
we've
it's
got
not.
Cuts of,
What you see is...
we've got cuts of every point and.
Yeah. That's based on...
On the 16 foot?
The 16 feet.
That's based on 12-foot driving width, 2-foot shoulders on either side, so 12, 2, and 2 for 16. And we would like to take it to 14-foot driving width, 2-foot shoulders on either side, making up the difference on the south side of the road and not impacting the height of the retaining walls on the north side. Thank you.
So will that be more visible? I mean, you're starting to look like a fairly substantial road there.
You want me to answer that? I do not, Jody and I do not feel it will. What it will do is take the downhill side retaining walls, and Jody, help me here. Those vary between 5 and 7 feet, and it may take them up a foot, foot and a half, but they are hidden primarily by the vegetation on the embankment slope. What's going to be most visible is as you make the turn into the property and start climbing, and that will not change by this additional width in the road.
Just to add to that slightly, this change that we're talking about really begins in the upper left-hand corner of this drawing because it's already that wide at this beginning part, just having to do with these transitional vehicle geometries. But once you get up on the hill there, it's a 2-to-1 slope. So by adding 2 feet in width, you add on average 6 inches in wall height. So So in general, I mean, it's an undulating slope, so there going to be some variation on that, but typically it would be adding 6 inches to the wall height. So where Suzanne said it's a 7-foot wall, we're talking about it being in general a 7'6" wall.
Okay, questions for Jim? Rachel and Steve?
Yeah, thanks. Looking at the memorandum from Susan Pearson, the zoning officer, she says this plan has a tighter turning radius than the fire department's minimum inner radius of 29 feet. I would request the applicant permittee work with the fire marshal or county engineer to find a way to adequately increase the turning radius prior to the access permit submittal. Does this increase in the width take care of that turning radius issue, or is that a separate issue?
Well, the inside curve is less than that, but I believe their
Talking about
required
turnaround.
width falls within that pavement, so that you actually get that geometry within the pavement, because it's wider than their minimum at the beginning. So that tracks through that paved area.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this final design and whatever we're issuing permits for is going to satisfy the Aspen Fire Marshal.
What,
turning radius.
if I may, Rachel, what I would do, and it is a condition in the draft resolution, we have to record, or the applicant has to record a site plan review drawings. And so before we do that, we will get a written sign-off from the fire department, and Suzanne, community development can review that, and if they feel there's anything significant, which I don't think it will be, we would come back. But yes, the fire department will have to sign off. And quite frankly, and it's neither here or there, I was of the impression our engineer had already had that discussion, but that's neither here nor there.
And I can just add to Rachel, since I was with Susan when we spoke with Brian Nichols with the fire department when he looked at the drawings, and he felt that there were several solutions that were possible in order to make sure. I mean, his concern obviously is that they're driving a fire truck up here and they have to make this big turn. I mean, he said it's possible even that, you know, depending on where the road right-of-way is here, that it may be that, you know, if there's a little bit of an area here that might be paved that's within the right-of-way, that would allow them enough leeway just to give them a little more, you know, rather than having to be like, I have to turn at this very specific point or I'm not going to make it, that would give them a little bit more flexibility. So he said that's one possible solution, but I think he just needed to walk through the technical drawings. So I think he seemed confident that that could be addressed.
We have to make him happy.
Yeah, and I think the point was that it could be addressed without substantial changes to the way this looks.
Sure, and I would note this memo was from June 4th, and I'm sure there's been ongoing conversations.
Steve?
Not having been party to the earlier site visit and whatnot, just based on what I can look at, I see two roads going up to this mesa through neighboring properties, either one of which would be a better alternative than to doing this road cut. And I just wanted to ask if there's any possibility, the road going through the Craig property, I notice it cuts into the corner of the GSS property and then back into the Craig property before coming around, and that's over on the up valley side of the property. Does Michael Craig have an easement to go through the GSS property to get back over into his property there, or it seems like there could be a mutual easement where it's partly on both properties there to make that would be one possibility.
You're correct. There's two historic ranch roads, one on the west and the Michael Craig property, and one on the east, the Holloways. back in 2010, before we even submitted the application, I had discussions with the Mr. and Miss Holloway and Michael Craig, and there was no interest in doing legal easements at that point in time for completely valid reasons. And then at the takings hearing, the commissioners correctly asked if I would go back and re-discuss this issue with them, and I went back and re-discussed it in, I think, October of 2011, and there was still no interest in granting legal easements, understanding there would be some compensation involved. And I submitted documentation in writing back to Suzanne saying there was no interest. And once again, for completely valid reasons on their behalf. So,
Well, I was thinking perhaps if they look at this
well,
as
they
an
did.
alternative, maybe there is interest now to granting an easement through one of those.
Michael Craig correctly and actively participated back in the takings hearing in 2011. And the Holloways, very, very pleasant, very great people to chat with. They understood that this would be up valley from their driveway and really have no impact on them.
They don't have to look at it.
That's correct.
Obviously, yeah.
That's correct.
Was the Holloway's property formerly part of this same property, then was cut off at some point?
As best, based on the chain of title we've looked at, no.
Okay.
So I mean, and the question correctly would be, do we have any legal prescriptive rights to mandate a easement? Fred Pierce, the attorney for the applicant, looked into that, and he felt there were no prescriptive rights other than George Stranahan and Mr. Holloway had a handshake agreement that George could use that road to hay this property, but he could not use the road for a single-family home. And thus, we've honored that to date.
Okay. And one last question. I know it is said that the draw is a wildlife area, comes out right at the Craig's houses on the Woody Creek side. Is it actually a corridor that wildlife use? Because given the proximity of a house right there, I would question that. And it seems to me that going up the draw that's off limits because of the wildlife, it might be a better alternative than the cut we're looking at here.
The Division of Wild, I don't remember who was Division of Wildlife then, or Colorado Parks and Wildlife, but Kevin Wright did not like use of that corridor. He felt like their wildlife definitely do use that. It does provide cover. He felt it was important to protect that. So he definitely preferred keeping the driveway out of that area.
Just a one footnote. The Craig family no longer owns the property you are making reference to.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, I'm going to be informal. Mr. Wagner, and I do not know your last name.
I'm the owner of Parcel 4 now.
And I think they probably have some comments too.
Any other questions for Jen at this point, or Suzanne, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh my memory more about the larger site and not just the driveway. I don't know to what extent, Steve, you can see this picture from afar, but these were the other driveway options that
I can tell the 6 options there, yeah.
Yeah, that we examined during the site visit and kind of weighed the pros and cons. But wasn't there some other Division of Wildlife recommendations related to, I think, the ditch and areas being preserved above the ditch line for deer habitat and things like that? So it really wasn't just the gulch that they were focusing on and where the critters showed up on their wildlife mapping. And is some of that under either conservation easement or just it's in a non-disturbance
Just
area?
The activity envelope remained below the Salvation Ditch. That was the request from the division. And also along this edge, the envelope that's been recorded provides basically a buffer area at the top of that slope.
Of vegetation.
So the envelope wouldn't extend all the way out to the edge there. So that was
100-foot
what you're
setback,
referring
yeah.
to.
That's all. I just wanted to kind of look at the wildlife in context.
Rob?
And I'll also just note for Steve's, another big issue was the visual sight down the road and being on that curvy part versus being on a straighter part of the road where the driveway hit Woody Creek Road. You can see further down in both directions where the driveway is now versus further up. It was impaired by a car that might be zipping down or zipping up.
So if a driveway went at A or B on there, it would be on the curvy part where there wouldn't be the sight line.
Okay, this is a public meeting. I'll open this up for any public hearing. Anyone wishing to make any comments on this? If you just identify yourself, please.
Margaret Reckling, and I'm the owner of parcel 4. My driveway is directly across from this proposed drive, and I'm also, as the owner of parcel 4, the owner of the Ute Spring, which originates in this hillside and comes down underground and emerges on my property. And I'm really not here so much for my own self-interest as I am for the wildlife and the conservation area that the Craigs have so thoughtfully and generously set aside that's adjacent to the Sun Mesa parcel. Just in the short time I've owned this property, I've seen so much wildlife not only use the draw and the ravine, but also the entire hillside. And I feel like I just don't know if we've exhausted every other option, especially the relationship of the owners of Sun Mesa, GSS LLC, with the Holloways. And I know they've had some direct communication regarding access through the property, but it was rejected, and perhaps we could find a way to open up this communication again. I don't know how it would happen, maybe a mediator or someone else besides Mr. Curtis. I just hate to see this natural landscape and the wildlife corridor that exists across this whole valley be interrupted by this monstrosity. And you can design it and try to cover it up however you can dream up. I know they've put a lot of time and effort into it, but it's still going to look man-made. It's going to be visible by all my down valley neighbors and anyone that visits the valley. And I just think we're really failing. We're failing everybody that loves the valley and all the wildlife that uses it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make a public comment?
Yeah, I would like to for a moment.
Just identify
Michael
yourself.
Craig. And I'd actually like to address Steve specifically because you weren't involved explicitly with the process, but part of the problem with our road is it's extremely circuitous. Our road never actually technically went to that parcel, the Sun Mesa parcel. It went to a mesa above the Sun Mesa parcel, and they sort of co-joined. But it's a very circuitous, very difficult road to navigate. And now it lies within a conservation easement, which we put in place in 2008. And the easement precludes any further development of that road. So that was our reasoning at the time. I know Jim and I spoke at length, but I think it's really, I don't know what the ultimate answer is here. I feel like everybody's going, well, there's another route, and I know Dale spoke to the applicants and tried to buy the property for a very low price, but it didn't pan out. I think they offered them somewhere in the range of 1.5 or 2 million, and that is a very discounted price. That's a guess. I'm not privy to the number, but it is unfortunate. I agree with Margaret, and I just wish this whole thing didn't have to happen. But I think putting the road through our property, if we had had the time that day when you were all out there last, or in 2011, it seems like last year, I think if you had all walked it, Dale Will actually did walk it with me, but if you had all walked our road, I think you would have seen that to make it into a usable road to access a home site, you would have had to have massive amounts of improvements, very similar to the improvements of this road. It's extremely rough ranch road. I mean, you can get up there with a 4-wheel drive tractor, but to make it accessible to a fire truck and most, residential vehicles, it would be a massive undertaking. And the ravine, our property, our road climbs up onto our mesa and then descends down into the ravine and then climbs back out. You'd almost have to build a bridge across the same ravine we're speaking about. So, I don't know what the answer is to this situation, and we just, like Jim has said, I don't know how you make this look good, but we have all certainly discussed it at length, and I just wanted to let you know that. None of us wanted to look at that, but this seemed the lesser of two evils, or of many evils, in light of the original alignments coming up into the ravine and then back across the slope. That same slope would have still been impacted because the road had to climb across the entire length of that slope to get back in. So we're adding a huge amount of impact in one small location with this design versus spreading the entire impact over many more thousands of feet across that entire hill. So that's the only thing I can say to justify my feeling that this is the right option, but maybe no road at all would obviously be the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Yes, sir. You've been patiently waiting all afternoon.
Yeah, I got here early.
Hope you enjoyed the show.
Popcorn? You got popcorn? My name's Tony Wagner, for the record. And just to give you a brief history, the land that we're talking about was homesteaded by my great-grandfather, Jeremy Wagner, in the 1880s. Not the GSS parcel, but what's the parcel 4 of the Craigs. The historic ranch house below the road was built by my great-grandfather for a good reason. There was a spring coming out of there, the Ute Spring, which we're talking about. It's a significant spring, as evidenced by adjudicated water rights of at least 1 CFS. And for 80 years, that spring was the sole source of household water for our family. And today, it still serves an important use as irrigation water for livestock, pasture, and trees. More importantly, at the mouth of that draw that you mentioned, Steve, there's a graveyard. A boy and a girl are buried there, infant brother and sister of my grandfather. They died in the late 1880s and early 1890s and are buried there. And so, it's too late to ask the question, but when land is subdivided, why is it possible that a parcel can be left with no access? And I know that nobody in this room had a part in that decision making, but from the Holloway parcel up to GSS Mesa, there's a wonderful road, and it has a pleasing grade, and it's well hidden. Some repair on it wouldn't have much effect on the visual view. So that's the way to access this mesa. So then the other question is, and we've tossed this around, and I know you guys have forever, but what kind of conversation has Stranahan family or GSS had with Holloway to gain access through that historic road? And I mean, this road is going to cost a fortune for whoever builds it. And maybe if you put that money in Holloway's pocket and tried to talk about using the historic road, it would make more sense. Now, lack of planning on the part of Pickens County, George Stranahan, or anyone else should not end up costing the residents and visitors of Woody Creek the serene view that currently exists in that area along Woody Creek Road. All of us living or visiting there will pay this visual price forever. So I agree with Margaret. I mean, maybe there is some way we can find to avoid putting this road in. Because I mean, once it's built, it's there forever. It's just an ugly scar. So.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board, and I'll just make a few comments. I certainly understand the concerns, of course, and I do know that Jim Curtis has been working diligently to try to address a different avenue for many years without success. And of course, then we were in a position as a board to have to decide to use this as a takings, which meant that we either had to mitigate for that takings or we had to buy the parcel. We were not in any position or desire to buy the parcel, nor was Open Space and Trails. So that left us in a difficult position to have to try to mitigate a property owner's rights. You know, there's a similar situation up on West Silvers Creek, where there is an expansive bridge that looks like it's an urban setting to access a driveway that will be going up for several miles because the old existing road is inadequate and really unavailable to meet today's codes. And that is an area that, again, similar to this area, Woody Creek, it's going to be highly visible for people traveling up and down West Silvers, heading up to Mount Silvers. It's an area that is a wildlife habitat for the large elk herd that comes off the crown in the wintertime, and deer and many other animals. So it's a very similar situation. So I certainly understand and empathize with this situation because not right next to my driveway, but in my neighborhood, we're facing the same situation. And as Jim said, this really is a PIG, but other than the adjacent landowners trying to work out a deal on their own with this owner, I don't believe that the county really has any ability to try to resolve this any other way. So those are my comments. I'll open up to the board. Michael?
Yeah, I opposed this when it first came forward. This is an abomination. This is essentially the equivalent of the walls we see in Snowmass County. The height, the combined height of these walls, 35 feet. There is a solution, and the solution is not to build this road. And it lies in the ability of the owner to not build the road. Just that simple. This property has existed for a long time without access or without residential access, and has done just fine. I'm not going to support it, and it'll be a sorry day in Woody Creek when this owner decides to build this road, and it'll be a shame on him, and it will live. This will be around for another 8,000 years. It's just till the next ice age. This is horrible, and we do have the ability not to approve it, and we can take the consequences. We can afford to buy it. This is nonsense. I can't support it.
Other comments? Rob?
I just have a question. If there's ever been a circumstance where a conservation easement, and obviously the people that are party to that conservation easement, and this is towards you, Johnny Lee, have agreed to exchange that conservation for a different conservation easement somewhere else, therefore releasing it. I'm referring to the other road that could be, it seems like that's one of the big issues, is that there's a conservation easement on that road, and, they said, well, we can't do it because we can't build on this because of the conservation easement, but the conservation easement is a contract between parties. Get the parties to agree to release that conservation easement. Obviously, you'd have to have good cause to release that conservation easement, and the protection of another area, in my opinion, would be good cause.
It's it's not a creature so much of a contract, but one of statute. And once the conservation easement is established, it is somewhat difficult to modify it. That being said, it does happen. Typically, it will happen when there is some sort of demonstration that through the modification, the conservation values associated with the conserved property are enhanced overall, or of the area in general, the conservation values are enhanced and therefore benefit the conserved parcel. Ultimately, the decision to do so is one that is in the hands of the holder of that conservation easement. And there are different processes internally depending who holds the easement. That's about as much of an answer I can give you to your question, Rob, but it isn't so much of a decision just to sit down and do it as a cordial agreement between, say, a grantor or the successor to the grantor and the holder of the easement, as it is in recognition of the statutory parameters that recognize the conservation easement and the necessity to preserve those conservation values or enhance them.
And I guess then my question to someone, the applicant, I guess, is, was this considered as an option when talking to the neighbors? To remove the conservation easement. I think it's real quick and easy to say, well, we can't do it, we have a conservation easement. Well, what I just heard is, it's hard, it's difficult, but it's doable to change the conservation easement.
That should go to Michael.
I don't know if the chair will entertain an answer from Michael.
Oh, sure, if Michael has the ability to answer that question.
Rob, I think our intent was to preserve the natural character of the property, and as I've repeatedly said, that road was, I think we're missing, there's a disconnect here going on, but neither here nor there. Our intent, Jim did ask if we would be willing to alter the easement, do anything to actually get this moved forward, and we were unwilling to change it because it felt like the impact of putting this access on our property was going to be as detrimental as this road. And I guess I'm having a hard time selling you guys on that issue, but because I know there's a sense throughout this, it seems like there's a bit of a sense that if we put the road on our property, somehow this whole issue is going to go away. But I think you're just moving the issue up valley to our parcel as opposed to George's hillside. So obviously to the Woody Creek, let other people bike back past there and drive their cars past, the issue sort of goes away because it hides it on our property more. But then we end up carrying the burden of that impact. And our intent with the easement was really to preclude any further impacts of this type. So, the wildlife value up there, our driveway would put the road farther up the hill, farther up on the flank of Wagner Mountain, and would substantially impact wildlife in a much greater manner, I think, than this road.
Yeah, and just for the record, I understand the impact to your property, and that is part of the whole issue of not wanting this there. I was just trying to understand the negotiations that happened a little bit more fuller, and I understand your point of view completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Steve?
I'm looking at the color photograph of the hayfield where the house would be built. And I'm really having trouble, like Michael, improving a road to go up to build a house on an irrigated hayfield or meadow. And I mean, I have a feeling that all the options have not been explored. One thing that if one of the neighboring landowners would buy this parcel, the problem could disappear like that. I know that Stranahans have had some different parcels of land for sale for a long time for, you know, probably overpriced because nobody's been buying them, and I don't have no idea what the asking price on this parcel was, but it seems to me that could be a viable option to have a neighbor buy the property and gain a irrigated meadow and salvation ditch water rights. I'm also concerned about the possible damage to the Ute Spring across the road if you know, if they start cutting across the hillside, and it might, I don't know where the spring water runs, but it could damage your spring potentially. And I think that should be studied also. So I'm not prepared to support this at this time until a couple more things have been looked at and thought about. I think there's a better solution to it than building the road.
Yeah, there's always the opportunity for neighbors and anybody else interested in purchasing that property. That won't preclude whatever decision we make today. John Ely, if we were to deny this, what would that mean for the county?
Well, it might precipitate any number of consequences. I guess I would recommend that if the board doesn't feel comfortable in accepting the recommendation at this point, that rather than taking an ultimate decision, that the matter be continued, because the tone of the conversation from the board seems to be, at least in part, a willingness or a desire to explore other potential options. And so rather than the denial, I would recommend that the action or the item be tabled.
And so, following up on that, if we were to table it and look at these other options and come back and realize that there really were not any other options, then if we were to deny this, again, where would the county fit in then in terms of what would happen next?
At that point, I probably would give you a more complete recitation of consequences in a closed session.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
You know, I don't disagree with any of the comments, but for better or for worse, I've been living with this issue since early 2010. And every conversation is, well, somebody else should solve the problem. Either Michael Craig should solve the problem, the Holloways should solve the problem, some other neighbor, George, should solve the problem by not doing anything. The county should solve the problem. With due respect, there's not a magic solution out there. I mean, I've racked my brains since 2010 to try to come up with it. To me, I'm going to paraphrase, I'm not going to paraphrase Michael. Forget that.
Those are copyrighted comments.
I kind of... This property has rights, for better or for worse. If the county wants to buy it, buy it. We can spend another 2 years. I can go back and have 5 more discussions with Michael Craig. I can probably have discussions with these people over here. I can have discussions with Mr. and Ms. Holloway again. I've had those discussions. The Stranahan 5 kids are open to looking at any of these options, but I almost guarantee you the party that has the most money in this county is the county. So if they believe that, let's come to a price and get this thing over with.
I guess I would disagree with that last statement.
The perception is, the public perception
Small
is,
governments and other
the public
states.
perception
There's
is.
about 50 billionaires I can name that own property in Pickett County.
And let me be more specific. Back in December of 2011, we offered this property to Open Space and Board for $2.5 million, and I think we've got 64 shares, a goodly number of shares of Salvation Ditch. At that point in time, even at that point in time, the real estate community was saying, $5 million market price. And then now, for better or for worse, the market has moved up and we are above that $5 million. I mean, I'm happy to go back to the Stranahan family and say, would you sell it to the county for X price? And it's going to be probably above 2.5, but way below market. But there's not a magic solution out there. I can absolutely guarantee you that.
Thank you. And then that leaves the conversation, and Open Space and Trails has already had that conversation, so they're not interested. So then it would be a question of the BOCC whether we're interested in purchasing this through our general fund. So anyway, Rachel?
Yeah, we clearly don't have those sort of revenues in the general fund. And, I also agreed with sending it to Open Space and Trails. Appreciate the effort to go there and talk to them. And I think in terms of process, unless I missed one of our joint meetings, it would have been good if they had updated us and told us why they had declined on this area. But it is my understanding from code, and I know others have disputed it in different points in time, but that we can only spend Open Space and Trails money with a recommendation from Open Space and Trails to spend that money. We can deny it and not spend it, but again, I know that's disputed back and forth as to what the original ballot language said, but I think it's in general the way the county has operated, and we've never gone out and purchased property with those funds that they did not recommend. It's unfortunate when you sit at a table sometimes to look at a small piece of previous activity, and you can say, why these were all the things that went wrong with it or aren't good. And that, I wasn't part of the prior county subdivision of these properties and into these lots, but it really had a lot to do with the private property owner's rights. And, further up the road at some future meeting, we're going to be dealing with another large subdivision of someone who chose to go outside the county processes and do 35-acre subdivision under the state. And that's always available to any resident to do 35-acre subdivision under the state. And then we have far less land use planning ability on those areas. So I'm not going to try to single this out without looking at what were all the other benefits and the reasoning of why the previous subdivision occurred. This is 62 acres. So it's at least one of those 35-acre subdivisions. It's zoned R20 underneath. Someone could be pursuing, 3 home sites up here and using TDRs and making it a TDR landing site. So where it's funneled down to be this application, it's not easy for me, and it would be easier just to say, no, I'm going to vote no and see what consequences happen to the county in terms of the taking and how much we owe to purchase and buy the land out. But I can guarantee you there's a dozen other situations like that in other neighborhoods throughout the county where people would like us to say no and buy it out and just stop either bad subdivisions, too tight subdivisions, subdivisions where well septic, all run down the same hill, where there's not good fire access, where it's an odd-shaped lot, and now it wasn't built for 20 years, and people are going to see something in their view plane for the first time in 20 years, and they suddenly want the lot bought out. And the neighborhoods themselves depend on somehow the county taking action instead of the neighborhoods organizing to take action to buy out and retire development approvals that they don't like to see, that they don't want to see. So I will support this going forward. It is not easy, but I haven't seen any other alternatives. And I remember part of the discussions were in many ways about where the road would dump you out and how you would access from the road and the driveway, and not just the visual effects of the highway going up there. So again, I guess I would, if there was a neighborhood group and they put together some of the funding and made a proposal to Open Space and Trails that they could privately fundraise half the cost. If we could contribute the other half of the cost, then our Open Space and Trail program might take a different view to it. Perhaps any number of things could happen, because there just is going to be a significant amount of money expended to try to actually build the driveway to finish marketing the home, or sell it with this large construction project outstanding. So I would encourage the parties to continue to act, but it needs to be a Woody Creek effort, as well as just the county doing cleanup on subdivisions of large ranch acreages across the county. I'd love to see us be able to find a way to participate, but I don't think we can shoulder that all ourselves.
Steve and Michael?
One other possibility just crossed my mind, it might be a question for you, John. Is it possible to transfer the building right off of this property, in effect sterilizing this property, transferring the development right to another site on George Stranahan's property elsewhere?
Perhaps. I can't say definitively without knowing a little bit more, but perhaps.
That could be a solution, and it'd be up to George if he would be interested in that. But to me, that seems like a viable option. And then maybe this could be bought by the Open Space and Trails for less amount, or a neighbor could buy it for less amount or something, if George didn't want to keep owning it. And he'd still have a building site somewhere else. Possibility worth looking into, I think.
Curtis, have you explored that at all?
Not specifically, no. And I know Michael may disagree with this, which I completely respect. My communications have been with the 5, call them kids, 55 to 62. Our age, my age. George is not the legal owner of this property, and these 5 individuals are that's my communications. But to answer your question specifically, no, the possibility of transferring a building right to either a property the county may own, or Flying Dog, or Red Mountain. Does the county own the property I can transfer to?
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
I'm just tossing the question out myself.
That's why I was just curious if...
No, to answer the question, no, not specifically.
Michael?
Well, in order to explore these possibilities, I would make a motion to continue.
I'll second that.
So you have to continue to a date certain, so I don't know what you
To be a
like.
complete motion, we need to
Yeah,
answer.
well, a month from now, whatever that date is.
And for the purpose of?
The continuance?
Yes.
For the further discussion on the alternatives to this, what I called previously, abomination.
Okay, no, wait a second, Steve. And if we were to continue for a date certain, at that point, if we've explored all these other options, then it will come back to us for a final decision? Probably, maybe. I mean, I guess my point is, I don't want to keep continuing and delaying, using delay tactics. I want to have the ability to explore some options, one last shot with the neighbors, and if that fails, I won't support an ongoing continuation is what I'm saying.
I think it does have to be some fairly specific things to explore. I think that potentially our board could hear back from the chair or the director of the Open Space and Trails program why this was not supported. Were there any potential configurations or modified proposals that they would support? I think there should be some effort to talk to the neighbors to say, is there any sort of potential for a local match or a fundraising within the Woody Creek area to try to retire this as a developable site at all. Then it seems that there's more of a direct conversation with the Holloways, and since we're not privy to the conversation, it's really hard to know, were they offered cash? Were they offered an amount to try to say, you know, here's why it would benefit you, this is why it would be, or was it just a conversation, but would you consider it? And so, you know, I'd say to redouble the efforts based on this is how much it's going to save us not building this road and maybe affecting your property values. And you know, if we were able to make a real substantial offer to the Holloways, to maybe if we could see what was offered to them that they rejected, it would be more important to the conversation than just we talked again, because it's just so lacking specificity. Perhaps others have other things that they would like to see explored in this time period. But I think it should be down to a number of specifics, and then when we feel we've exhausted those specifics, you know, we will have to make a hard choice one way or the other. And perhaps in this intervening month, we would be able to add to executive session just a general discussion by our attorney of, you know, what does happen in a takings process like this, if this ended up being a true takings of access to property.
So, given that, do we have any suggestions for specifics? Steve mentioned one idea for Jim to pursue. Neighbors is another idea to pursue. Anything else for Jim to look at for options that would be realistic options, Michael?
Well, I think one of the dilemmas here is that there are alternatives, there are difficult alternatives, and there are alternatives we haven't thought of. That is the express reason for continuance. So you can actually, if we had a good idea right now, we wouldn't need a continuance. We don't. So we have a month time to garner whatever kind of ideas come our way, and within that month's time, we can see whether there indeed are alternatives. Without having that month's time, we won't know. So that's what I'm suggesting, that you're not going to get concrete suggestions right now. We've heard many of them, but you can't get them all. You need more time. That's why I asked for the continuance.
Okay. Steve?
One potential buyer might be the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife for something along the lines of the Lake Pristine Management Area. You know, an irrigated field that you leave for the wildlife to graze off can be a valuable thing in the right location, and would be up to them to decide if that was that kind of property. But being right next to the Craig's conservation easement, it could add to the conservation value of that. Also, I would like to have a site visit to the site, either as a group or if I could go with, maybe with Jim or something sometime, just so I can see it on the ground. It would help me.
Well, you can certainly go. The group's already been, but you certainly should go, and we'll make that available. So we've got a. Yes, Ron.
I just had a question, and it's kind of a question for John in terms of the process of a public hearing for land use. My understanding is Michael is making a suggestion for a continuance for us, the board, the county, to come up with new options. How do we do that without it being a public part of this public process? I mean, we have an applicant that's got a proposal for us to decide on. It's our job to say yes or no. I mean, obviously we can come up with new options. And I don't know, you know, I mean, we do a work session on coming up with new options on this, and then how is that not part of this quasi-judicial process?
The motion before the board for the continuance, I would take, quite frankly, as a desire to have other options explored, but that the board would not be participating in that exploration until the next meeting when other facts perhaps could be adduced and then presented to the board. So once we're in a public meeting format for a current application, we wouldn't leave it and discuss it outside of noticed or continued public hearings regarding it. So the board would not be coming back in a different like a work session format or some other manner to discuss this. The board, if constituted in a meeting, would not discuss this until the July 12th meeting date.
And I'm assuming that because of this quasi-judicial aspect of this, that also applies to a board member going to work out something with open space and trails to purchase or whatnot. I mean, in essence, we're manipulating the application outside of a public hearing, either as an individual or as a board. I don't know what Michael's really asking for us to do, because I can't support a continuance really at this point to have the applicant go. I mean, we've had 4 meetings on this so far, as long as I've been around, and we've heard the same thing in each 4 meetings. It's time to make a decision to some extent, but and it doesn't seem like we can do anything like Michael, what I'm hearing Michael propose. And I'm not sure that the applicant is going to do very much more, or really has an obligation to do very much more if we continue.
The board would not be constituting itself in a situation outside of a regular meeting in a continued public hearing dealing with this. I take, I guess, away from the motion that to the extent possible, staff will fulfill a directive implicit in the motion to look again. And to the extent that certain particular ideas have been thrown out, look at those as well as be able to report back on other perhaps unturned stones and fill in information left unclear, to say Rachel's point with open space and trails participation.
Jim, you've worked on this for 2, 3, many years. Will one more month be that much of a burden to try to give one last shot to allow not only you to explore options, but more importantly for the neighbors? You've got a new neighbor there. Let the new neighbor perhaps explore some options.
No. Let me answer that first. I think 30 days is fine. May I, a second comment? To a certain degree, I feel like I would prefer not to be placed personally, professionally into position to be Don Quixote and go out and fight the good fight for another 30 days. In my mind, I've done that since 2010. So if the board wishes to proceed on this 30-day continuance, I think I will say fine. I don't really have that authority, but I will say fine. I would respectfully ask that the board, or whomever, either Dale Well, Suzanne, Cindy Cuban, be Don Quixote. And if they can find a solution, thumbs up.
All right, I appreciate that. I think Jim has had enough brain damage on this over the last 3 years. He's looked at this every which way as far as he's concerned. There was a suggestion for Margaret to bring someone else in. I'll leave that in the hands of perhaps some of the neighborhood neighbors to do that. If staff can help in any way, I will suggest that we offer some staff help. But
I'm not taking the lead.
But I understand. So with that, I would support a 30-day continuance of this. to explore some of these other possible options, and we'll see what comes of it. So that would be there's a motion, there's a second for continue to date certain of July 12th. Rachel?
July 12th is a Friday, and so we have to be a little less than 30 days. It would have to be Wednesday the 10th would be, I guess, 28 days or something like that. It's either that or it's the 24th, so I don't know which date the makers of the motion would like to include, the 10th or the 24th.
So we were looking at 30 days, so let's say July 10th, that's 28 days, that's a month, more or less. So date certain, July 10th. Any further discussion?
I didn't hear who seconded, Michael.
Steve did. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you all.
Thank you for
See
your
you
time.
in 28 days. Okay, our last item is a land use action item. This is the Music Associates of Aspen, Inc. minor amendment to the Castle Creek campus master plan, and coincidentally, Suzanne Wolf is doing it.
Come on up, Scott. The last one of the meeting.
Alan is here and just, so you give me.
Pull it up. Ready to roll?
Yeah, I saw, did Alan walk out?
Alan has
Had
a
to
dinner
leave?
with his orchestra managers.
Ah.
And Jenny is with your staff, hopefully getting a certificate of occupancy for the campus as we speak. So it's a busy day out there.
Much
So
of the county was out there this
You
afternoon.
get me.
So the request from the school, Country Day School, is to put up a temporary gym facility to be used during the next 2 school years, so 2013-14 and 14-15, and to install a temporary artificial turf playing field to be used until Phase 2 construction is commenced. And I'll just walk quickly through these maps. This is the actual recorded master plan, and here you'll see playing field down here, right at the end of the pond. And then this was to be the gym, correct, Scott?
Correct.
So I can't see any of that up close. And so what they're actually asking to do is still on that same end of the pond, but some of the existing buildings will remain for now during the next phase of construction. That would be buildings in here. What they're proposing is to put the temporary tent for the gym right in this location, and this building would be removed, and the field would be over here, so when this building is removed. So those 2 buildings to be removed would be removed at the very end of this summer season. Once the music school is done, those buildings would come down, and they would put up the field and the temporary tent at that time. And then these would be used in the interim until the next round goes on. I thought it was pretty cool that they're actually, the turf that they'll put down, they can pick back up and store, and then they'll use it again when they have their permanent field. But anyway, that's generally the request. I don't think we have any concerns. As I mentioned in here, they went through, they got the tent was previously permitted out here when they had the issues with the old, was it the Opera Hall or whichever building was deemed not appropriate to be inhabited anymore, and they put up a temporary tent that they used for one of the school seasons out there. And I think the intention after this Phase 1 construction was that the school would be able to use one of the new rehearsal halls as their gym. And I think as things got finished, everybody started looking at it and going, we really don't want to be doing that in here on any side. So they felt that it was more appropriate to come up with this temporary facility so those new buildings don't get damaged in the interim. So anyway, so related to the tent, Brian Paul worked with them on the last round and is confident that this can meet all of the various building code requirements. And otherwise, I think that's about it. We're supportive of the request.
Questions for Suzanne? Rachel?
Well, particularly the snow loading in the winter is something that Brian feels can be
That was
structurally-
something that was fully addressed when they approved the tent previously, and it's basically the same tent that would be put up.
Okay, and then this tent area and the temporary playing field, they're not in the potential runoff avalanche zones from that map? Because I
No,
remember the
this was a-
parking
that-
was created to,
The avalanche issues were over in here, and Keno Gulch obviously down on this end of the campus. So no, none of this. These are both within the envelope that had been previously approved for development. So it's really just a shifting of the facilities, and obviously these would just be temporary. Michael's favorite thing, right?
well, I'm okay with the application. I think it makes a lot of sense. The one footnote I would kind of add to that is that we should probably involve environmental health when it comes to the artificial turf reuse. Sometimes that can carry bacterial issues in it, and the proper maintenance and then sanitizing, because sometimes dogs get on it or this or that, and it doesn't have the same properties that real turf has. And so I've never really read, and I support them. I understand there's a chance to get the kids out playing a lot sooner in the spring in these areas, but it is something I've never heard of them being taken up and put away and put back down, and I'd just like to make sure that if they need any sort of decontamination in between that type of storage, or what is the care and maintenance of that as it relates to not wanting fungicides and too much of that sort of stuff closer to the ponds and things like that.
Any other questions for Suzanne, Steve, and Michael?
When the tent was previously erected, were there any problems associated with that, like unexpected problems or things we should be aware of?
I don't think so. The thing that was, I guess, the one thing that was simpler then was they were putting it on the slab of the building that had been taken down, and that's the only thing Brian Paul mentioned to me in this case, that it's going to be an issue of making sure that they have the foundation stability for the tent. He didn't express it as something that can't be done. It's just more of in that case it was very simple because the slab was already there. In this case they'll have to figure out what is appropriate to, for the structure to maintain those wind loads and snow loads and whatnot. That's the only thing he raised in terms of, obviously this is what their engineers have to address as part of the permit.
Mm-hmm. And is this proposal, is it okay with the music associates as well as with the school?
Yes, they have, they're fully supportive.
Okay.
And authorized the application as the owner.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, Suzanne was right. My concern is temporary because we've had other temporary structures in the county, and I can think of the playhouse at Buttermilk, which has been temporary now for 13 years. That disturbs me. I mean, is it a way of getting around something, or is it inefficiency on the part of the applicant there, or is it a way of not dealing with reality? I don't know, but I don't want this to come back to us for renewal. That's what that would be and I would ask the commissioners to say the same thing. Don't come back to us for another 2 years, and another 2 years, and another 2 years. Use this temporary facility, and at the end of 2 years, get it built, or don't use it. So.
Okay, the applicant, if you just identify yourself, please.
Sure, I'm Scott Hicks. I'm the business manager at the Aspen Country Day School, and representing the application, Jenny Elliott, as I said, is out at the campus. She's the CFO of the music festival, trying to pull the certificate of occupancies. Alan Fletcher, the president, was here earlier, but did have to leave, so he's left me to carry the water. But as Suzanne mentioned, we did have this tent up on our campus for the 2011-12 season. It did work well for us. It was a little hot in the springtime. To answer your question, Steve, that was really the only issue that we encountered. The structure of the tent, you've seen them. It's kind of one of those CDOT tents, so nothing actually captures. It all sloughs off pretty continuously throughout the winter. So as long as you have proper accesses, it's not an issue. So we don't really anticipate any problems with the tent. When we, as you well know, we were at the Meadows for our last school year, we did actually design the installation of this tent at that location. That was going to have a full concrete slab slab, we were going to replace an asphalt pad. That actually got to city zoning, and the city zoning department said, oh, are you going to pull out your concrete pad when you're done with the tent? And we said, well, no, it's like 200 grand to put it in. So we actually just decided not to put the tent up, but we had gone through the process of engineering a foundation for the tent at that location as well. So an existing foundation once, a concrete slab a second time. We are actually going to be looking at a third option that's hopefully even a little bit simpler. We purchased a gym floor for our tent when it was on the foundation, and we can actually implement that on like a crusher fine surface. So we're actually going to try to leave it natural because the tent will actually come down in the summertime. The music festival, we prefer not to have it up, so we will, put it up and down for 2 seasons. The playing field will stay in place for the full 2-year period, but then it's at the end of that when we anticipate at this point, August of 2015, to commence the phase 2 of construction, that that construction will come directly into the area that we're impacting with these temporary facilities. So that's where the idea comes from, that we can reuse the same surface, because the actual footprint is approximately the same, both with our temporary playing field as well as the one that's been already approved in the master plan. And yeah, just, so the commission, the board is aware, we did look at a couple different orientations for that playing field, and we have selected the one that will lie entirely in the area to be disturbed in phase 2. We actually had it oriented across at one point, and that would have required us removing some additional trees that actually don't need to be removed, and so we have changed that orientation. Ultimately, phase 2, the road will sit on the temporary playing field, and the new rehearsal hall that will be designed as a gym. The current rehearsal hall is long-term was designed as music festival rehearsal hall, country day, drama space. And in the temporary, we were going to put our gym in there. And as Suzanne indicated, it's looking pretty good these days. Neither institution is excited about balls being thrown around. The gym, when it is constructed, will obviously be planned as a gym and a rehearsal hall when it's built, so we won't run into this issue with that structure. And that is on the exact same footprint as the proposed location for that temporary tent. I think that kind of sums up what we're requesting at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Scott? No questions? Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. Rachel?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm going to support the request. I appreciate the challenges of the phasing on this, and certainly the private fundraising that has to occur on this. And I just want to say I'm not going to prejudge any application if they come in to request a renewal of a temporary permit or extension of a temporary permit. It's certainly not the desire, and it is on the applicant to really make the case as to why they would need an extension or not. But there can be extenuating circumstances, and it's I don't want to paint all applicants with the same brush that we've had with the child care center out at Buttermilk. And I think there's just not apples to apples, because that area doesn't have a master plan yet, or an updated master plan, and whereas this has a master plan, and this is more about the construction phasing and the fundraising, and that goes along with completing that master plan. So, I'm hopeful you don't come back in for a temporary permit, but I'm not biased on any hearing on whether those should occur or not occur.
Steve?
I move we approve the resolution approving the amendments to the master plan for the Castle Creek campus for temporary gym facility and temporary playing field.
Second.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay, we're
Appreciate that.
done with our public agendas per se.
Yeah.
We're on to open discussion.
Yeah, I just have a couple items for the board. I know we're running late. Just so everyone's aware, Garfield County did take a vote on their setbacks that we had issued a letter on, and they did decide to keep their setbacks at their existing setbacks of 35 feet from barways and such. There's even a discussion about possibly going to 50 feet. I think where they ended up, from what I understand at this point, though, they've maintained it at 35 feet, and they'll be considering some kind of process for extenuating circumstances where, you can show reasonable protection with a setback less than 35 feet. So,
Well, I think that's great. I would applaud the Garfield County Commissioners for making that decision. I think there was a lot of public comments, including ours, and I'm glad that they probably that weighed into the decision. So thank you, Garfield County.
and it might be appropriate to follow up just with a letter of acknowledgement, and we can draft that if the board's okay for George's signature.
Yeah.
Okay. Second thing, just to let the board know, I know I've had a chance to talk to you guys one-on-one, but I have been confirmed in a fellowship with the U.S. State Department to go to Thailand, actually. I'd originally thought it might be to New Zealand, but in fact is to Thailand. I received confirmation today that I will be traveling to Bangkok on July 13th, and I'll be spending about 5 days there, and then spending the rest of my time in northern Thailand and Chiang Mai province. And so they're putting our itineraries together now, but the purpose of the exchange, it's through the U.S. State Department, does not, for the public who may be watching, it doesn't cost anything for Pitkin County. The U.S. State Department covers the full cost of the travel, accommodations, and everything while I'm there, and it's an opportunity for a bilateral exchange. 12 fellows are sent from the U.S. to 3 countries each year, and I've got the opportunity to be one of them this year. So just wanted to make sure everyone's up to speed and the public's aware I'll be doing that.
And when is that, John?
I will be traveling July 12th. I arrive in Bangkok July 13th and returning July 27th, so back here on the 28th.
Okay, and we'll obviously have Phyllis here.
Yes, we'll make Phyllis will be here, and we'll obviously be planning our agendas and such around that.
Okay, great.
And that's all I had.
Right, I saw an email from Dale Will to confirm a site visit for this Monday.
What time are we meeting?
And it says it's leaving at 10 from, he has initial CHP. CHP.
Courthouse Plaza, that's, yeah.
Not Plaza 3, okay.
Not Plaza 3, so 10 o'clock here for anyone needing a ride, or he said he would also pick up anybody at the old Conoco if necessary. I'll just drive over.
Is this at the Glacier?
No,
Glacier
this
or
is not.
Los
Marbles.
Los Marbles.
Yeah.
I'll just drive to Los Marbles.
We'll confirm where we're going to be meeting with Dale.
We'll get an email out through Charlotte to all of you. I think there's still...
Just for simplicity, it might be best if we all meet at the Conoco or some other pickup point, because it's when we're in converse together that we can get information shared by staff, to the extent that they have details of what we're seeing.
I'm going to take the back road because it's actually, I can...
Okay, but again, as long as there's a pickup point, we're all meeting at the same point before we begin.
Yeah, I probably won't be doing that, Rachel, but...
Do you want to meet at the intersection of Capitol and East Cypress Creek Road? There's a wide place that people use for all the time for parking.
Well,
should we meet there?
Well, it depends on where we're going for the site visit. We're going to...
Well, we might be going through...
So let's check with Dale. I think I'm just going to drive.
We might be going through Lights Ranch.
So I'm like 3 miles away, Steve, so I'm just...
Yeah, I know. Well, I am too, so...
So we'll deal with that. But anyway, it's 10 o'clock, leaves here, so site visit probably around 10:30. We should allow 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else for open discussion? Seeing none, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good, thank you, grassroots.
Great.
Long one today.